All right, so I will record as much of this as I can this week. However, I will tell you, a lot of the time that we will spend together this week is going to be in breakout rooms. So you'll see, I'll take the group and break you guys into smaller groups to be able to work together on things. And the Zoom recording doesn't pick up breakout rooms. It just doesn't. I mean, it'll pick up this, what I call the big room. It'll pick up the main room, but Zoom doesn't record the breakout rooms. So if you're watching this after the fact, it's not ideal. I'll just put it that way, because the breakout rooms don't get recorded, and what you end up doing in the breakout rooms really is practice. It was I think it was the main speaker on whatever day it was, Thursday, when Casey Brown was talking at convention. She actually said something about role play, and she said nobody likes doing role play. And I got to thinking about this. In a lot of professions that are out there, practicing something before you do it it's part of it. I absolutely cannot imagine a high-end attorney not practicing their closing arguments before actually doing it in front of the jury. I can't. I cannot imagine a situation where I wouldn't want to practice something or have the opportunity to say something out loud before I had to say it in front of a group. I know Casey Brown, before she stood up and gave her presentation, who knows how many times she went through it. I know when I do presentations before big groups, even before this, I love going through it, bouncing it off of people, making sure that it sounds right, making sure that I'm using the right words. And a lot of what we're doing this week is truly that. It is an opportunity for you guys to be able to practice exactly what it is that you're going to say in somebody's home. What does this look like? What does it feel like? And give you the opportunity this week to make some mistakes with each other that don't cost you anything. So if you would please, I do want to do a quick transfer in. And when I call your name, I want you to tell me on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you? If I said today you have to go run an appointment for somebody, how confident are you in being able to go and run that appointment? I'm not asking you whether or not you feel like you get everything perfect. I'm not looking for perfection, but just 1 to 10. Yeah, a 1, I'm scared to death. Do not put me anywhere near a doorbell. Or 10, no, you know what? I may not get everything right, but I feel very comfortable going in front of a customer, and I'm happy with that. So on a scale of 1 to 10, what is your confidence level? And then I'm also going to ask as a follow-up, what do you feel like you need to get the most out of this week? And let's see, Leanne, I'll start with you.
So I think that if I had to go on an appointment, I would be very comfortable, maybe around an 8. I don't know that I would have all of the wording and that's supposed to be used down, but I'm confident I could go on the sale and do a good job. And I think this week I just hoping to get more product knowledge and more practice with the whole company story and that kind of thing, because I haven't really had, much time in the past week or so to do all of that.
Okay. All right, good. Good. Wendy, Courtney, how about you guys? And Christine, I'm coming to you next.
For me, up to the company story, probably an 8. The whole product selection, getting the customer to the right end product and things like that, I'm really kind of insecure with, and being sure that my bid's right. That I have a lot of questions still about like transitions, when they're needed, when they're not, and just like knowing that I nailed the measuring. That's where my insecurities lie. And then kind of the closing of the sale, I'm still a little, I feel like we just learned that. I haven't practiced it at all. I still feel a little insecure.
Yeah, I would say if I was going in there with a babysitter, an 11. Just because I just want to get in there. I want to take my lumps. I want to just do this. It'd be a lot of winging it. quote unquote, but we've talked to we spent the last few days interviewing contractors, which is kind of like selling ourselves to them to a degree. So I feel like, I mean, I haven't had a ride along, but it was kind of, it was nice to get in there. You tell the company story, you kind of go along the same lines of what we're looking to do, start to finish. So I feel pretty good about that, but I have a long road to hoe still. But put me in, coach.
Good. I love it. Good. All right, Christine, and then I'm going to Dylan.
So since I've already been running sales or running appointments by myself, clearly I feel a ton because I've already been doing it. So the more you do it, the more practice you get, the better you get at it. I'm still insecure with product knowledge, knowing what product to pull based on what their price point is. It's not so much, what will work for the house and look beautiful for the house. It's more the price point. So I'm really excited about the new InspireNet. But I've been in home sales for over 20 years, so I'm super confident walking in. But I do want practice this week. It's going to be a big deal and a game changer, I think.
Nice. Dylan, and then Carrie.
Yeah, very similar to Christine. I've been running my own leads now for pretty much the last week. And I had the same exact impression where I felt confident about the sales process. But when it came down to choosing products, either based on specifications or price point, I felt, I was making a lot of phone calls in the van trying to figure out where I need to put to get, the 12 mil or 20 mil layer, et cetera. But once InspireNet, just like again, Christine said, that tool has been extremely useful. And once you go through the filters, you ask them what they're looking for, put it in the filter box, and it tells you exactly what you want and then what price groups you want to try to hit.
Good. Good. Carrie, and then Jason Andler.
Yeah, just like Christine and Dylan, I've been running my own appointments as well. So that was very reassuring after my first couple of appointments. I wasn't nervous anymore. Still trying to perfect the company story. But yeah, like Christine and Dylan said, I need some brushing up on like technical terms and learning more about that. I'm good with selecting products based on, visualization for the customer, design wise. It's just learning, which a lot of it's on the boards, but just more of the technical stuff I need to learn more about.
Okay. All right. Let's see, Jason, and then we're going to John Suarez.
My excitement's at like a 15, but my confidence in being able to run is probably closer to a 6. The things that I need to improve on or that I'm working with is I need to be more comfortable with the tablet, just moving around and measuring. When I went to visit Matt in Columbus and we went on a house and I tried to measure the same house as he did, and we had wildly different square footage, and it was a newer home. It was a very wide open concept, so trying to figure out how to break it up with there really not being anything square to go off of really kind of threw me for a loop. And then just getting more comfortable with the company story. And I'd like to, I don't know how you would even do this in class, but being able to handle unique situations, just like when somebody asked me an oddball question, I don't even know what it would be, but, something that I'm not prepared for, and just how to handle something like that. So those are sort of my areas that I think I need most to work on.
Well, and I don't normally like to answer questions while we're doing the transcript, but I'm going to go ahead and answer this one. There's no way this week or even next week that we're going to be able to touch on all the oddball situations, because you're going to find there's 1,000 oddball situations, and then there's 1,000 more on top of that, right? But that is the power of the GroupMe. So you, Jason, in particular, you're in the TSA GroupMe, but you're also in this Inspired Sales Class GroupMe. So you go into a house and you have something that you've never dealt with before, and you throw it out into this GroupMe. I guarantee you that one of the other DAs, one of the franchise owners, or me or the other coaches that are paying attention to the group meetings, somebody has seen it, and you'll get an answer quickly to be able to help you with that. So I just want to reassure everybody that it's not like after you finish quote unquote training that we throw you the keys and say good luck, you're on your own. You're not done learning yet, and I know that you're not done learning yet, which is part of the reason why that connection is so important to everybody. Good. Let's see, John, and then we're headed to Isaac.
Comfortability for me in the home right now, I'd say is an 8 or 9. In terms of what I need to do to improve or what I'm looking to get out of this week, I would say it's definitely steps 7 to 10. Closing the sale after demonstrating product and listing the fabs and whatnot. I'd say that's definitely where I struggle right now.
Okay. All right, let's go to Isaac, and then we're headed to Drew.
Yeah, I'd have to put myself right there with Jason. Jason said it really well. Excitement level's all there, confidence level on the product knowledge, like the fabs, and then, measuring oddball open houses, getting stuff like that down is probably where I'm lacking the most. The new company story change made it so much easier that you can go through that company story so much more easily without having the confidence or the experience. So I feel pretty good about that. But I'm hoping to get a lot more practice in on both those areas this week. And Patrick and I have 5 of his flip houses that we're going to go do measurements on and everything as well. So that'll give me some good practice.
Nice. Let's see, Drew, and then Chris.
I'd say I'm probably right around an 8 for the confidence level. Talking to the people going in, do the measurements, that's not really any issue. It's more just like mainly everyone else. I need a little bit more product knowledge, specifically on the carpets. And a little bit more tablet work. Some of the, like if there's like a diagonal wall in the room, it still gives me a little bit of trouble. And then just playing around and figuring out which way to run the carpet. Like if you do the whole entire room, are we going left to right? Are we going front to back? Or what's going to give me the least waste? Those are probably my biggest.
All right. Let's see, Chris, and then Denise.
I'm probably at a 5 right now, confidence level. I feel good that I've seen all this stuff, but now it's just a matter of putting it all together and getting the repetition in and getting the practice to make it all flow seamlessly.
Okay. Denise, and then we're heading to Zuri.
Confidence for doing the leads is a 10. I've worked in home and in sales, for quite some time. So fairly confident with the whole process and all the steps. Biggest thing for me, I really enjoyed finishing up some of the Salesforce training. I think that a lot of that's going to really help me fine tune what I do as far as follow up to get my closing ratio, to level out better by the end of each month. So that's the one I'm looking forward to utilizing the most.
Okay. All right, let's see, Zuri, and then Tatiana.
Confidence using the Inspire sale, I'll say around 7 or 8. And what I'm lacking is product knowledge, just to know which samples to get out. That's my biggest concern right now.
Okay. All right, let's see, Tatiana, and then Josefina.
All right. Hi, good morning. I'll probably be able to answer for me and Josh. Josh is on the call, but he's not able to unmute himself at the moment. Both of us are lacking knowledge of the product. We feel pretty confident on the steps. Company story, that's something we still need to work on. But I think the biggest item we need to work on is the product knowledge.
Okay. All right, let's see, Josefina, and then we're coming to Owen.
About sales, I feel like, I don't know, 5 or 6, I need more confidence. And I think that what I need most is product knowledge. I don't know, it's I don't, I think that, I have a lot of things I'm going on and on, all over again. But I think I still need more practice.
Good, good. Let's see, Owen and then Brad.
Yeah, I'd say overall about a 5. I feel like I'm playing whack-a-mole a little bit right now with all the different issues I'm dealing with. But specific to the sales process, I feel good about the structure of the inspired sale and the company's story. I feel like I've got a good grasp of our differentiators. Product knowledge, I still have a long way to go. I think, kind of unpacking the samples and starting to load those into the truck helps a little bit. It's where I was doing a practice exercise last night and I ran into my first diagonal wall. So that one threw me for a little bit of a loop. I tried to do it the best I could, but I'm not sure if I did it right. And then finally, one other thing I was thinking about is just the neighborhoods in my territory are very very vast in terms of the demographic differences. I mean, there's some neighborhoods that literally you're going in and there's probably $8 million average home value, right? And others where it's $700K or whatever. So I think that's going to be important for me to understand is who's the customer and where are they going to be starting from price expectation point.
Yeah, be a little careful with that.
Okay.
Just because it's a $14 million home doesn't mean that they want to spend any money.
Mm-hmm.
And just because it's a $20,000 single wide mobile home doesn't mean they're not going to spend money. So just be careful about prejudging leads based on the house or whatever else, right? I've gone into many multi-million-dollar homes where the customer really just wants to put the cheapest carpet they possibly can in one room, and can we save the carpet from the closet to do it? And I've also put a $10,000 hardwood floor in a double wide mobile home.
Yeah.
So be careful about how much prejudging you do. In fact, I would say don't do any prejudging. Be really, really careful about prejudging leads simply based on a home value. There's a lot of people in this country that have big houses that are house poor.
Okay.
They've got a big house but they can't afford anything. And then you've got other people that live in a more modest house, but as a result, they've got disposable income to upgrade.
Yeah, that makes sense, Arlen. I think it really stems from the product knowledge, right? And really getting a grasp on the different tiers and all that.
Sure. Yep. Good. Let's see, Brad, and then we're going to go see what Robbie's psychedelic camera's doing.
So from the company story perspective, I'd probably say like a 7. I think for me, it's just rehearse. That's where I'm going to nail it. And then melting the ice piece, like getting to know the customer and how to position the story for the customer. From the other side of the house, I say definitely need more product knowledge and just practice on the tablet. Like I can only measure my house so many times, but maybe I'll start knocking on neighbors' doors, just see if I can measure theirs. Who knows?
Nice. All right, let's see, Robbie.
Everything's going well. I mean, I went and ran my first couple of appointments by myself on Saturday, and I actually made an $18,000 carpet sale, which is one of the largest carpet sales I've made of the 3-4 years I've been doing as I working for Empire. So it was very encouraging. I think what I still need practice on that I seem to be fumbling with a little bit is doing the multi proposals as they're changing products and carpets and everything else. But beside that, everything seems to be pretty good.
Okay, good. All right, let's see. John, are you with us?
John is with y'all.
Nice. So John, where would you rate your confidence, and what do you feel like you need to get out of this week?
So I think, sales wise, and excuse me here when I say this, I've been doing it a long. I can usually BS my way through anything, but I want to make a point to follow the inspired sales process and get away from what I'm used to, which has been very kind of hard struggle for me because I've been doing it my way for 15 plus years. But after talking to other franchisees, that have been in sales in the past, they're saying it does work. So I'm practicing a lot as far as drawing my house and then going over to my neighbor's house and drawing. So I feel like I'm getting that process down quicker because I think if I can do that very quickly and accurately, then that gives me more time with the customer. So I don't know where I'd rate total. I'm going to be real, like probably a 5. If we add product measuring, the inspired sales, add it all together, probably a 5.
Okay, good. Let's see, did I miss anyone? I miss anyone? I've got you guys on 2 screens. I'm bouncing back and forth to see what I've got. Okay, so speak now or don't?
Yeah. Arlen, do you mind me asking us a question based off of their feedback?
Yeah.
So I know a lot of people talked about measuring, and I felt like I had a good grasp on measuring. And then I ran an appointment yesterday that office staff told me was a small office. I get there, it's 33,000 square foot. And I don't know if it was a very, lateral building and everything was very equal on all sides. But when I was using the laser out past 100 plus feet, would you recommend that? Because I couldn't really break it down because I didn't have another person with me at the time. And it kept giving me like the same, it was like 99. I was like, is this like the limit or is this accurate? And I was stressed out because, that could be a huge difference in cost.
So I don't know what laser you're using. The one that I'm sending all the franchise owners is accurate out to 143 feet. Okay. So I'm not sure what you're using, and I mean it's accurate to within a 1/16 of an inch at 143 feet. So that should give you plenty of room. If you find that the laser is the one that you've got is limiting, I mean they're like $35 on Amazon. They're not expensive tools.
Okay.
And get one that's got a longer range. Yes, there are some of these laser, when you go onto Amazon and you look, there's some of them that are like $150, but they've got bells and whistles that allow you to do Pythagorean theorems and do all this stuff with walls and whatever. We don't need that. All we're trying to do is come up with the square footage for a floor. So the ones that are really expensive tend to have a lot of features, but they're features that we don't use. Like I've seen one that you can measure a door that has an arch on the top of the door and it'll calculate the radius and all this. Yeah, but we're not doing that. So we don't need that.
Okay.
And good. And Antonio put in the box calibration. So yeah, it might be that yours needs to be calibrated. Good. Move on from here. So we sort of covered your expectations. Let me kind of go through what my expectations are for the week. So when I think about my expectations, I just want you guys to be open. I want you to be engaged with one another and be focused on what we're doing. I know everybody's got 1,000 things going on, but as much as is absolutely possible, I'd love for you to be able to set cell phones aside. I'd love for you to be able to focus on what we're doing here. I know that these are going to be long days, but I also know that we will take breaks at different places to give you the opportunity to answer phone calls, to answer emails, to do some of that stuff. We will take breaks along the way. The more you can be focused on this, the more you're going to get out of this. So especially on Zoom, you guys know very well, it's very easy to hide on Zoom, right? I mean, it's very easy just to sort of sit back in the chair and I'm here, but I'm not really here. My mind's not truly engaged. I'm going to do everything I can to help keep everybody motivated and call on people and whatever else. But at the end of the day, it's a Zoom call. It's really, really easy to hide in the back, so to speak. So the people that get a lot out of this are the ones that stay engaged and stay focused. I'm also going to ask you to not only be fearless in what you're doing, but also be fearless in giving people feedback. Okay. So if I'm asking, if I do something, if I say something, like we're going to practice a setup call and I do a setup call for you, I want you to be critical of me. I mean, you know, you don't have to pick on the fact that I don't have hair, but you can pick on exactly what I said in the setup call, right? Because I want it to be better. So if people, you know, let's say Christine is working with Isaac and Isaac does a setup call and, you know, Christine could say, well, that was really, really good. I like that. Well, that's nice, but it doesn't help him get better. There's always a way to improve. And so I'm not asking you guys to be mean to one another, but I do want you to be fearless and be open to be fearless in your ability to give feedback to somebody, but also be fearless and open to taking feedback, right? And feedback is like a lot of things in life. You decide what you're going to implement and what you're not going to implement. I'm going to ask that you keep your cameras on. That's, yes, it's partly for me, but it's mostly for you and for each other. And have some fun with this. I want us to try things that you wouldn't necessarily try in a customer's house just to see how it sounds. This is the perfect week for you guys to throw something out, come up with a word salad that you've never tried before, throw it out and see how it sounds, and get some feedback from other people on how that sounded. People tend to learn through failure. Well, you can either go from here and fail in a bunch of homes and lose a lot of sales, or you can fail this week with one another and learn from that and continue to succeed. I know for me, a lot of you know this already. This is me in the 315 over here, and yeah, that was a bonehead move by both of us. It wasn't my fault, it wasn't her fault, but it was a combination of the two of us doing something stupid, and we both learned from that. And so this is my challenge to you guys, is as you're going through this, you don't have to wreck one another, but you absolutely can learn from one another. How is this the most effective? Well, if you're engaged, if you manage your energy, when we go on break, and I will have several breaks built into each day, I'm going to ask you to be really, really punctual about coming back from breaks. So you'll see when we take our first break, I'll ask you to turn your cameras off. And then when you come back from break, turn your camera back on, and then I know everybody's back and we're ready to go. Oftentimes, when we come back from a break, we're going to come back from a break and immediately go into breakout rooms, and I can't do that until everybody's back. So if one person is, 5 minutes late coming back from a break, it holds up the whole class. I think it was Henry Ford that said, if you think you can, or if you think you can't, either way, you're probably right. And so I do want to be able to build your confidence this week, and to help you really be able to jump out there and be successful on day one. So just a word about evaluations. Every day, the program this week is designed so that every day you have the opportunity to be evaluated. Design associates, you should be signed up with your franchise owner to have some sort of evaluation this evening. What does that mean? Well, if you have a customer appointment this evening, good. Go run the customer appointment. Have the franchise owner fill out the evaluation sheet for you and send me the evaluation sheet. For the franchise owners that are on the call, you don't get the ability to ride with another franchise owner unless you set that up, and that would be brilliant. So instead, we're doing the best we can over Zoom, and you've been teamed up with an ops coach this week. And so I don't remember who's with who. I think though, Zuri, I think you're with Jackie. So what that means is that, Zuri, at the end of the day today, you're going to jump off of this Zoom and you're going to jump on Jackie's Zoom. And when you jump on Jackie's Zoom, you're going to walk through a mock appointment over Zoom. You're going to walk through a mock appointment. Jackie's going to give you feedback, and then she's going to send me that competency model each night. I need those models back. I need those competency forms back each night. And the reason that I do is, you guys will see, my day normally starts at about 4 o'clock in the morning. So when I start my day, the very first thing I do is I read through everybody's evaluations from the night before. And when I do that, I've got about 116 different exercises that are designed for us to be able to do on Zoom to help learn the learning process. But I don't know which ones I'm going to pull out this week until I have a chance to see the feedback forms and see where we need to work as a group. So I use the feedback forms to help design the rest of the week. It's very dynamic. There's none of these 2 weeks that are the same. There's no grades in this class. It's not like you're going to fail this by the end of the week. That's not the point. The point is simply to help us get better and then go out and hit the ground running. So what does a typical day look like today? Well, this is what today will look like. Don't hold me to the exact times because I will flex according to what the class needs. But we've done our transfer in. We're sort of walking right now through etiquette and expectations. And here within the next 2 or 3 minutes, we're going to turn our attention to step 8, closing. We will take a break at some point. We're going to go through some build the gap exercises sometime after 1 o'clock, probably 1:30. I'm not going to wait until 2:30, probably be closer to 1 or 1:30. We will take a longer break to give people an opportunity to go get something to eat for lunch. And then, or breakfast, depending on where you are, and then we'll jump back in. By 4 o'clock Eastern time, 4:30, no later than 4:30, we will drop off of my Zoom, and then you're either with your franchise owner or you're with your ops coach to go get feedback and to send the feedback form back to me at the end of the day. Does this make sense? Questions about this or anything that we've done so far? And if you're with, like I said, if you're with your franchise owner and you're running a real customer appointment, that's great. If you don't have a real customer appointment and you're just with your franchise owner and they're pretending to be a customer, or especially the new franchisees that are with ops coaches, this is the perfect opportunity to just try stuff. Throw it out there, see what sticks, right? I want you to make this your process. You cannot, at the end of the day, you cannot sound like me. You can't use my words. You have to make it your own. And that's the only way that this works. Good so far? Good. All right. So I'm going to switch over to the whiteboard and we're going to go from there. Get all the screens in the right places. Okay, so step 8, closing. Before we get to step 8, let's look at our overall map here. Okay, we've gone through this many, many times. So this will be quick unless you guys stop me and say, no, wait, time out. I need an extra clarification here. So the very first thing we do, a customer comes in, they either come in through, Home Advisor, Angie's List, maybe you saw them at a home show, whatever the case might be, and you have now done a setup call with them, all right? So what is my number one purpose? What am I trying to do with this setup call?
Secure the appointment.
Yep, secure the appointment. If I could get one, what is like my ultimate goal for this setup call?
That they're not,
Yeah.
go ahead, Owen,
Go ahead.
that they're not looking for bids anymore.
Yeah, right. So I want to get the customer to stop Googling. I don't know if there's an E there or not. Anyway, I want them to stop Googling. Right? If I could get all my dreams fulfilled at the end of this setup call, the customer decides that I'm the right one as long as I don't screw it up in the appointment. Okay? So now, step 1, I get to the house, I drive to the house, I get to the house. Step 1, I go in for the warm-up. Okay? What am I trying to learn in the warm-up?
Learn more
customer.
about the customer.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn about the person, right?
The personal, the likes, what these likes, and nothing about the sale, all about him, all about all around him.
100%. I want to know about the person. I'm not interested in the floor. I don't want to know about the floor, right? Now, oftentimes when you walk in the door, the customer, because this is what the last 3 contractors did, they wanted to come in and talk about the floor. Oftentimes the customer is going to immediately say, okay, well, we're going in the master bedroom. This is the carpet I want to remove, blah, blah, blah. And you're going to have to find some way to pull the brakes. Sometimes you have to let the customer vomit a bunch of stuff out of their mouth so that they'll listen to you. That's okay. But you really do want to slow the appointment down and get them to open up and just have a discussion about them. In the warm-up, I am trying to learn about the person. Now, as I move from step 1 to step 2, there's a transition here. And what am I, how am I transitioning from step 1 to step 2?
Arlen, remember,
Yes,
knowing about the person knows about everything else. I mean, because by knowing the person, knowing the family, knowing likes, dislikes, is how you can do the inspections and referral. I mean, you can know more about the project without looking at the project itself.
100%. Yep, 100%. All right, so as I move from the warm-up into step 2, what am I going to use to move the customer along, right? So I'm taking this customer along a journey, and we've gone through the setup call and we've gone through step 1. What am I going to use to now pull them over to step 2?
The objections,
Yeah, the transition questions, right?
the
gonna
transition
ask
questions, yeah.
questions. And I'm going to get an objection here, right? So that's how I've had a great warm up, and you guys know when you have a conversation with somebody, at some point the conversation always hits a little lull. That's the perfect time to just jump in there and say, well, how long have you been thinking about replacing your floor? And what made you decide to do it today? Good, and now I understand this person has got a fence project they're doing, they've got trees in the backyard they want to cut down first, whatever the issue is, they want to get other estimates, good. So now I know what that objection is. All right, I get the objection, boom, let's go take a look at the space. What am I trying to find in step 2? What is this all about?
What's their problem, and how could you make it as, or how can you show them that you can solve it with your solution?
Okay, yep, so I want to find out what their problem is. Okay, and I want to understand what they want their new floor to be. Okay, so in their mind, not necessarily my solution, but in their mind, what is their solution? What do they want?
Hey, Arlen, I just have a question on going back to that transition, right? With the, trying to draw out the objections. If you don't, I guess the flow of the conversation, right? If you don't find a way to kind of insert those naturally, they come across as a little bit rehearsed. What if you're going through the warm up and then the customer just takes you right to the issue? Do you pull back and try to get those questions in still?
So what I would suggest, right? What I would suggest is the customer doesn't know what our process is, right? So it's not like they're trying to pull you off your game. They don't know any better, right? It's not that they don't know any better. They don't know what we're doing. That's fine. So sometimes a customer just has to get it out. Well, what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to put hardwood here, and I'm wanting to do this, and I'm wanting to do this, and I'm wanting to do this. Okay, that's great. Now, maybe because we've walked around the house together and they've done all that, now they might be more open to just having a conversation. And that might mean that you found a piece of artwork on the wall that you want to talk about, or they've got a deer head hanging on the wall that you're going to talk about, or whatever it is, right? There's something in the house that now you can use as a way to just get a conversation started. And it's just natural, right? Part of this is just being natural about having a conversation. So I'm not going to jump into the transition questions. I'm going to jump back to, I just need to learn about this person. Then and that might end up being a short warm up. Maybe it's only 3 or 4 minutes, but at least it's something. It's better than nothing. And when that conversation sort of dies down, so to speak, I'm going to ask them, so how long have you been thinking about replacing your floor?
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Good. All right. By the way, I've only been kicked out of one house because I tried to do a warm-up. but I have been kicked out of one house because I tried to do a warm up. So that was a fun day. Later we can, coming back from a break, I'll share that story with you. All right, so so in step 2, we figured out what the problem is, we figured out what the customer's looking for. What is step 3 all about?
Measuring.
Yeah, so I'm going to measure, and what am I going to do with those measures?
You draw your floor plan.
And draft
Yeah,
the
but more than-
pricing.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. So this is really where I'm creating options. All right, that doesn't mean I'm telling the customer what these options are. It's just that in the tablet, I'm gonna go ahead and create my options. Now, if you like, okay, if this makes you feel better, we can call these my rough draft if you want to. Okay, maybe I'd make a little change later, but at least right now, I want to put together 3 options that are my rough draft. This is, you know, I'm pretty close, but this is going to get me pretty close to where I want to be. And then I can make a quick change later if I need to. I'll walk out to the van. This is, let's say, van time. I pull my samples. I come back in, I ask the customer if they got anybody on the reference list, and I jump into doing the company story. So what's the point of the company story? Why do I bother spending this time?
Can we go back to step 3 real quick? Sorry.
Sure.
What is an ideal, maybe from the DAs who have actually done this, but what is an ideal amount of time you want to try to keep this under? This going out to the van, doing the inspection, building your model, grabbing, creating your estimates and grabbing a product selection.
I think it really depends on the size of the project. So I've been on some where it's been the entire house and it's taken me an hour to measure because I'm measuring 3 floors. And then which it's a great job, by the way. And then there's jobs where you're doing a stair runner and it literally takes less than 10 minutes to measure.
Yeah, Arlen, isn't it like the new DAs get a time frame of 2.5 hours for each appointment?
That depends entirely on your franchise owner.
Yeah, okay. Well, I find going to the van, it is time consuming because you want to make sure you have, at least three different options and make sure you cover all the bases as far as the materials that they're interested in. Yeah, so like Christine said, it just really depends on the scope of the job, what they're looking for, that's why it's very important in the setup call to say, ask them what they're looking for, make sure all the parties that are deciding on it are going to be there. And, I find that very helpful in the setup call.
Can I ask a quick question too?
Yes.
So for those that are getting ready to open, we will not have a reference list. So how do we fill that gap for the customer while we're measuring?
Good question, Tatiana. I'm going to put that. I'm going to take that over here to the parking lot.
Okay.
And we'll come back to that if you don't mind.
Sure.
Going back to the time in the van, how, is there a best practice for not to exceed? Right. I mean, I'm just thinking I'm out there for 45 minutes trying to figure this out, right? And the customer's just sitting in there. They get through the reference list in, whatever, 20 minutes, and then they're just kind of waiting around, right? Is there a point at which you kind of put pencils down and get back in the house?
Arlen, I know in TSA we talk about pick out your favorite ones, the ones you use the most, pick up those 3 and come back.
Yeah, I was more thinking around struggling with either the measurements or the pricing options.
So Owen, what I
So
do,
Owen,
go
go
ahead.
ahead, Christine.
So on the setup call, as I'm chatting it up with them, I ask them about the project so that I know ahead of time what
Okay.
they're doing. And then I go to Risa and say, here's what they're looking for, blah, blah, blah. What boards do you think I should pull? So she gives me some ideas. So I'm not going in blind,
Yeah.
right? I'm prepared ahead of time. So it helps with your confidence by doing that because you know something that you're going to pull. Now it might change, once you get to the house, but at least you've got something started.
Yeah, going back to the
Yeah, we
idea,
always
the question is, what do you want to see? What is your vision? What do you want to accomplish? So I want a rough, I want this color, I want this type, and then you pick up those ideas, and then you go to the bank and more or less pick up, from that, information they give you, on the setup, So with all this information, you can go back to bank and pick out your favorite ones. But let me tell you, in TSA, we did TSA. Oh, it's a little story with me. I just did TSA already. And you go back to the bank, you get lost. But like Alan said, with time, we get better.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
some guys go and find 2 minutes, pick up their favorite ones and go back to room and they can make it easier.
Oh, and a lot of it is setting expectations with the customer. So if I told you that I'm going to spend, here we are talking and I say, what's better if I spend 5 minutes in the van pulling product or if I spend 15 minutes in the van pulling product? And I would guess that right now you would say, no, it's better if it's 5. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds better. But if I'm at the home and I tell you, oh, and I'm going to go out to the van and put some options together and I'll be back in about 15 minutes, that 15 minutes goes by fairly quick for the customer because I told them what it was going to be.
Okay.
If I don't tell them anything and I just walk outside, 5 minutes feels like an eternity. So it's about setting expectations with the customer. And I know in the beginning it feels like, well, how do I know what to tell them because I haven't done it before? Well, that's part of why we're practicing this week and next week is so that you at least get an initial feeling that you can tell the customer, hey, I'm going to measure the space. It's going to take me about 25 minutes. I'm going to go out to the van and pull product. I'll be back in 25 minutes. And at least the customer has an idea of what to expect.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Because in the setup call, we tell them this is going to be like a 2-hour, engagement.
All right. So let's move forward to the company story. So what am I trying to accomplish with the company story? What's the main point of the company story?
We're different from the other guys.
Yep.
This is what we're all about. Okay. This is where we get to explain to the customer who we are, what we do, and how we do it. This is where the customer learns about what we're going to do in the process. So the company story, there's a lot of ways to frame the company story. One way to frame it is to say, when I walk into a customer's house, I am literally going for a job interview, and this is where I get an opportunity to explain to the customer what my credentials are to help the customer make a right decision. That's one way to frame it. We'll talk about other ways to frame it as we go through the week. All right, so I've done the company story, and now we move into the company story. This is the installation video that plays inside the company story, okay? Then I move into pitching product. So what am I trying to do when I'm showing the customer product? Ultimately, what is my goal in showing the customer product?
To find something they absolutely love.
That's right, love. Not much of an artist, but I want something that the customer absolutely loves, right? And if they love it, they're going to want it. If they like it, it's okay. All right, well, then that's one thing, okay? Now, we're going to get a little bit, from a sales perspective, we're going to get a little bit technical. I'm not talking about product technical. I'm talking about sales technical. This pre-close is one question and one sentence. It, to me, is, you know, if you do it, you do it. If you don't do it, you don't do it. But to me, this is one of the most important things that can help you walking into the close. And so I want to spend a minute talking about the pre-close, and then we're going to dive right into the close this morning. So when we think about the pre-close, okay, I've already done all of my company story. I've already told the customer who we are and what we do. I've already shown the customer product. We're past all of that, right? We're past all that. By now, the customer should already have a ton of confidence in me or in you. They should have a lot of confidence in the company, and they should have a lot of confidence in the product that I just showed them. So who remembers the pre-close question?
Other than price or payment, is there any reason we can't get your job started today?
Good. All right. Other than price or payment, is there any reason we couldn't get your job started today? How do I expect the customer to answer this question? What are some possible answers here?
Nope,
Still need
it's
to
all
get
about
other
the price.
quotes.
Okay, so Dylan says it just comes down to price. Okay,
We have to get other quotes.
we still need to get other quotes. How else could a customer answer?
I
You
need some
need to
time
talk
to
to a
think
family
it
member.
over. Sorry.
I need to talk to somebody.
Yeah, I just had on Saturday, well, we need to talk to a painter to make sure everything's within budget. So I gave
Okay.
her 3 painter references. So I will follow up with her this week and make sure she got her quotes.
Good, all right. How else? How else would you expect somebody to answer this question?
Some people say they need to sleep or pray on it.
All right, good. We need to sleep, pray.
Sacrificing chicken.
I just want to be sure about the product, or I'm still making a decision between 2 products.
Okay. Now, watch this. Has the customer seen my price yet?
No.
No, I have not shown them my price. When am I going to show them my price? I'm going to show them my price right here. That's when they finally get to see the price. I know what my price is, but they don't know it yet. So this is the last time, because once you show the customer money, they're going to start lying to you. It just happens. Money brings out the liars in everybody. So this is the last time that I'm going to get a truthful statement out of somebody. Other than price or payment, is there any reason we couldn't get your job started today? Now, if the customer tells me, no, it just comes down to price, I call that a positive pre-close. In other words, I've got a green light. So what do I mean by that? There's 4 reasons that the customer chooses to buy. Because I'm the right person, we're the right company, this is the right product, and we've got the right price. So if they tell me it just comes down to price, then the other 3 things have been solved. And now the only thing that we have left to solve is price. That's it. What do these other things tell me? If the customer says, no, I still need to get other quotes, what does that tell me?
That could either be true or could just be an excuse not to buy today.
Could be, right?
You missed,
They're not.
you missed something. That you missed something
What is
in the
it?
sale. You missed something in the whole process.
Exactly. I missed something. Okay. They're not convinced They're not convinced that I'm the right person. They're not convinced that this is the right company, or they're not convinced that this is the right product. There's one of those three that I haven't nailed. Okay. I need to know that, because it's gonna help me as I get into the close. But two, this is like a defining moment. If I'm getting a bunch of customers that are saying, when I get to this point, no, I still need to get other quotes, well, then I have to go look in the mirror and have a long talk with the man in the mirror and figure out what it is in my sales process that I'm missing. Because there's something that I'm not doing right. It is not normal for everybody that I talk to say, well, I still need to get another quote. There's something that I'm missing. Okay? So this is what I call a negative pre-close. It doesn't mean you're not going to land the job. Okay, so let's be clear about that. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to land the job. It just means that I may not land it today, but for sure it means that there's still work that I need to do that I've got to go back and figure out. Okay? And this one, the product's not right. Yeah, for sure, this is a negative pre-close. And they've told me exactly what the problem is. So I might have gotten me right, I might have gotten the company right, but I don't have the product right.
Well, I thought that was, I'm still deciding, I like, 2 or 3 products.
Have a good one, sir.
Sorry, go ahead, Owen.
I thought the example there was, I liked all 3 of these products and I need some time to think about it. Not that I don't like the product.
Okay, but I don't have the one that the customer fell in love with.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you, Arlen. I don't think you should be doing anything. Like, you can tell when a client loves something, you can see it. There's body language, tone of voice change, facial expression, everything. So you'll know when they love it. And if they don't love it, then continue looking in your van until you find something they do love.
Yep. By the way, I want to make sure I'm 100% clear on this, okay? So we prepared 3 options back here, right? How many options did I present to the customer in step 6?
Maybe 5? Oh. However many they wanted until they found one that they wanted, that they loved.
So I'm prepared. I have put together back here in step 3, I've put together 3 options, 3 price options. When I'm in step 6, I'm only presenting 1 option. That doesn't mean I'm only presenting 1 board. So I might have 3 boards, and all 3 of these boards, maybe I have 4 boards, and all 3 or 4 of these boards are close enough in price that I consider that 1 price option. Okay? Out of these 3 or 4 boards, now the customer has picked one, and we're going to move forward and talk about price on this 1 board. But over here, sitting next to the van, I've got option 2 and option 3 waiting in the wind. Let's make sure that that's really, really clear.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm following that. I get the so I get you're preparing multiple options, right, when you're in the van. But are you saying, Arlen, pick 1 to start with, and then I wasn't following what you were saying there.
Just saying to present multiple options that are in the same price group so that, inevitably when you bring in the samples, they're going to ask you what the difference is in price, and you can say they're all the same, I think is
right.
What we were getting at.
Exactly. So let's say that option 1, okay, just for the sake of argument, just to make this simple. Let's say that option 1, I priced using a price group 3. Option 2, I used price group 2. Option 3, I use price group 1, okay? Now, please don't hold me to this because honestly, I don't memorize what boards are in what price groups. I don't memorize it. I don't care. That's when I price a job in the home, then yes, I do look at it, but I don't remember these one by one. So please don't associate that this is the exact one. In fact, maybe we'll even make up some names. So when I go into the home, my option one, which maybe is a PG3, maybe this price is somewhere around $10,000. Maybe this one is somewhere around $7,500. Maybe this one is somewhere around $5,000. All right, we're making up a scenario. I don't know if that's exactly what you're going to have or not. For my option one, I pulled 4 boards out of the van. I pulled, let's say, I pulled American Scrape. I pulled Hamlin Mixed Width. I pulled Waukesha. Oh, Waukesha, right? That's right. Okay, so I pulled 3 boards, maybe even a 4th board, okay? And these are my 3 boards, whichever board the customer actually chooses, any one of those 3 is going to be somewhere around $10,000. It's going to be really, really close to $10,000, okay? Maybe for option 2, this was a Lakeway and a Meander Oak. Okay, and so for option 2, I didn't pull 3 boards into the house, I pulled 2 boards into the house. And it doesn't matter if they pick Lakeway or they pick Meander Oak, the price is going to be about $7,500. Okay, and then for my 3rd option, it's a PG1, I don't know, XXX, whatever, XXY. I picked a board and I'm going to show them one board for option 3. Okay, so going back to our map, back in the van, I put these 3 together as my strategy. All right. But when I came here to step 6 to present my options, these are the boards that I'm presenting in step 6. So yeah, the customer still has 3 or 4 boards to choose from, but they're all within the same price group. They're all within the same range in terms of price. These boards, I'm only going to get to if I need to get there. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I'm tracking now. Thank you.
Okay.
Also,
Good.
Owen, I know one thing that tends to happen, and I've seen it a lot in a lot of the appointments I ran, where you come in with 3 products and they're like, oh, I don't know which I want. Like, oh, I need to think about it. And then you create uncertainty. This kind of harps back to when Arlen was telling us about it. When you get the feedback initially from them, what they want, you come in, then you tell them, based off of your feedback, I think this is the best option for your house. And then you look for the reaction. If they give you kickback on one product, then you pivot towards another one, but you really have to sell the product. They trust you as the expert. They know that you have been doing this for however many years they believe, and they know the different quality and how long it's going to last and all the different types of finishes. So you really have to, step forward and give them those suggestions. And I know it's a little difficult a lot of times for men, because a lot of times we let our wives make the design choices, but you have to really, stand on your ground so that you don't create that uncertainty, because otherwise you will get a lot of kickback of, oh, I don't know, let me think on which color I want for the house.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks, Dylan. I was just thinking about, you're the expert, right? So you're supposed to be coming there confidently presenting. You've listened to everything they've had to say, and you're presenting, this is what I think is best for you, right?
Good. Okay. Good little detour. All right, so now let's come back here. So in the pre-close, other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? And what I'm expecting the customer to say, because I'm expecting that I did my job right, I'm expecting that the customer has some sort of buying words. No, it really just comes down to price, or I have to see if it fits in the budget, or we got to make sure that the money's right, or whatever that language is that your customer uses. I'm expecting them to essentially say, no, this just comes down to price. Good. So I'm going to give them a commitment statement. Again, this is not word for word. This is your commitment statement to the customer that basically says, I'm not going to let price or payment stand in the way of getting you the floors that you love and deserve. You say that however you want to say it. Like I said, it has to come from you. It has to sound like you. If you go into a home and try to sound like me, it doesn't work. If you try to sound like you, then it does work because it's got to be natural. So, other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? No, it really just comes down to price. Great. Well, you know what? I'm going to do everything in my power to not let price or payment stand in the way of you getting the floors that you love and deserve. And that's just a little promise that I'm making to the customer. It's honestly, it's an Easter egg that I'm leaving out there. You guys know what an Easter egg is, right? I'm planning that to maybe use later. Okay, so I'm just leaving that little Easter egg out there for me to find later if I need it. Okay, so now I'm going to show the customer the price. Finally, after all this, the customer is finally going to get to see a price. So here we are in step 8, and I'm going to show them the price. Now, as we move forward, okay, there's 2 paths that we have to deal with. One path is, what happens if I get a positive pre-close, and how do I treat the close if I get a positive pre-close? The other path is, what do I do if I get a negative pre-close, right? So if I ask the customer, other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? And the customer says, well, I still want to get a bunch of other quotes. That's a negative pre-close, and there's a path that I'm going to take for that, okay? Right now, I want to take the path of a positive pre-close. Does that make sense? So I'm not ignoring the negative, but we have to, from a training perspective, we got to take one path or the other path. So right now we're going to focus on the path where the customer says, no, it really just comes down to price. Does that make sense? Okay, good. So now I'm going to show the customer the price. So on your tablet, you have a price and payment sheet. So I tell the customer, the total retail price for your project is $12,487. Now, you were able to get in touch with 3 of the people on my reference list, and that's great because that gives you a $150 discount, which brings your total down to just $12,337. Once your job is, look at me already making a mistake. Good. So that brings your total down to just $12,337. Now, I always take the liberty of putting together financing options for you. There's some payment terms here. 24 months would be $586 a month. 36 months would be $415, and 48 months would be $330 a month. So once your job is complete and you are 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a personal check or take advantage of one of the payment options? Okay. What did I not offer to the customer?
You didn't offer them a chance to say no. You gave them all options that end with a yes.
Yep. I didn't say, do you want to do it or not? I didn't ask them, should we get this on the schedule, right? Those are yes/no questions where one of the answers could be, no, we're not doing the project. I asked them, how do they want to pay for it? I'm making the assumption that the answer is yes. Okay. Now, it's okay if the answer is no. Honestly, I'm expecting the answer to be no. So I know what I'm going to do to deal with that. But I'm going to start this on a positive and give them a how do you want to pay for it, this way or that way. So what were the payment options that I gave the customer?
Finance or check.
Yep. So I asked the customer if they would be willing to pay with a check or payment options. Those are the only 2 ways that I presented to the customer for them to pay. What am I missing?
They wanted to put a down payment on to lower what their budget was if they if they put in a problem with the price and it was over budget, you can ask, what was your budget? Apply
Okay.
that to the number and then give them the payment options from there.
Yeah, okay, so, but that's still a payment option, right? It's just how do I manage the payment option? Good, okay. What payment, excuse me,
Credit cards,
what method of payment did I
Credit.
not throw out there?
credit cards.
Credit card. All right, that's on purpose. That's on purpose. Okay, let me explain why I don't do that. I'm giving the customer 2 ways to pay. No, I'm going to give them 100 ways to pay, but I'm presenting them 2 ways to pay. Would you pay with a personal check, or would you be in a position to pay? Would you be in a position to pay with a personal check, or would you want to take advantage of one of the payment options? Why am I not throwing credit card out there? Like, here's a list. I can take a credit card, I can do a check, I can do this, I can do that. Why am I not doing that?
Because we
Processing
get
fees.
charged
Charges
3%.
commission.
Sorry, go ahead, John.
Processing fees.
Nope, now you're thinking like a franchise owner.
Sorry.
Nope. All right. Why am I not offering credit card?
So they come up with their own option? So
Okay,
it
and
becomes
what
their
happens-
idea?
What happens when they come up with their own option?
They've already committed a little bit.
Yeah, they've already committed. Okay, so watch this. Customer says, could you take a credit card? I don't ever want to give up something without getting something. So if a customer asks me, you guys take credit cards, I want to know if that is the deciding factor or if there's something else that we have to deal with. So I don't simply answer that yes or no. If I can do that for you, if I can do that for you, could we get your job started? So I say, would you be in a position to pay with a personal check, or would you like to take advantage of one of the payment options? And the customer says, well, I'd really like to get the points on the credit card. Do you guys take credit cards? If I could take a credit card for you, could we get your job started? Notice what that does. Now, if that really is the objection, if that really is the one thing that's keeping them from signing up, well, then the answer, it's solved. But if that's not the thing, and the customer comes back and says, well, I don't know, $12,000 is a lot of money. Okay, well, then the credit card is an academic question. It doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with whether or not I'm landing the job. Right? Let me push this a little bit further. Let's see, who's starting to feel comfortable with the closing question? Once your job is complete, would you be in a position to pay with the credit card? Or excuse me, would you be in a position to pay with a check? Or do you want to take advantage of one of the payment options? Who's comfortable enough to ask me that question? Somebody has to be. Come on, somebody ask me the closing question.
I got it.
Go on, Robbie.
So once your job is complete, are you in a position to pay by personal check or by one of the payment options I've put together for you?
God, you know, Robbie, I don't even do, does anybody even have a checking account anymore? I just do Venmo. Can you guys take Venmo?
I could check on that.
If I could do
Robbie,
that-
Robbie,
if I could do that for you, can we get the job started?
Bingo.
Yeah, right.
Right? Robbie, you just came to my house. You just pitched me a $12,000 flooring job. And I just said the only thing that's keeping me from buying is that I want to pay through Venmo. What are you going to do next?
Let's do it.
You're going to figure it out, aren't you?
Yeah,
You're going to figure it out.
you millennial.
It's something, right? I mean, you're going to figure it out. You may not take Venmo. Your company may not take Venmo. Let's see. Who are you with, Robbie? I'm going to pick on him. Oh, you're with Kent. Yeah, Kent's too old to know what Venmo is. So
Oh,
the
damn.
reality is, what are you gonna do? You're gonna go back to Kent and say, Kent, I had a $12,000 job, but I couldn't do it because we don't do Venmo. No, look, worst case scenario, you're gonna let the customer put $12,000 into your Venmo and you'll turn around and pay for it. I don't care. You're gonna figure it out somehow or another, or all of a sudden Kent's gonna figure out how to set up a Venmo account for the business. It doesn't, somehow or another, you're gonna figure it out, right?
Right.
And there's so many different ways to pay out there. So I don't really do checks anymore. I only send money through Zelle. Okay? Well,
Yeah,
if I could do Zelle for you, if I could do Cash App for you, if I could do this for you, could we get your job started? Right? Does that make sense? I don't want to give up I don't want to give away something without getting something back. And what do I want to get back? I want to know whether or not this is the one thing that's going to prevent us from moving forward. Now, I'm going to push this a little bit far for comedic purposes. If I go to a farm and the farmer says, look, I don't have cash, but I'll be happy to trade goats with you, then I'm going to ask the question, if I could figure out how to take goats, could we get your job started? And you know what? And we're going to figure it out. And I don't know if I'm going to take goats or not, but I want to know whether or not that's the one thing that's keeping us from being able to do the job.
Arlen, we did have someone call and ask if we could take free dental care for the rest of our lives to do the
There you go.
flooring in your office.
Yeah,
And-
but
and I'm gonna ask the
hold on. But yeah, you can promote me, all you dental people about me, because I will do that for you. But then you can promote me to all you customers about.
Well, and that becomes, and then Leanne, that becomes a question. If we could do that for you, could we get your job started? Okay, and the point is, it's not about did I land the job at that moment. It's about did I find out if that's really the only thing? Because if the dentist says, well, I'm not so sure. I still need to think about this. Then whether or not we can trade free dental care, that has nothing to do with whether or not we're going to do the job. Right? That's a purely an academic question, and I'm trying to get past the school, and I'm trying to get into real world. Good? Okay. Back to our closing question.
Interest rate.
So, total retail price for your project is $12,487. You were able to get in touch with 3 of the people on my reference list. That gives you $150 off. And that brings your total down to just $12,337. Now, I always take the liberty of putting together some payment options. 24 months would be $586 a month. 36 months would be just $415, and 48 months would be $330 a month. Once your job's complete and you're 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a check, or would you want to take advantage of one of the payment options? How can the customer answer that question? We talked about credit cards. How else can the customer answer that question?
Interest rate.
Okay, so they might ask about an interest rate. How else?
I could give you an if statement. So, well, if I decide to go with you on the project, I'd probably be paying with a check.
Okay, great. So they haven't really told me what the issue is, right? This is a hypothetical thing, right? So if, all right, how else could somebody answer this?
That's more than I thought it was going to be.
Too much. All right, good. What else? Oh, Wendy says yes. He could say just yes. I like that. All right, how else could they ask or answer?
If I pay you cash, can you do better on the price?
Oh, all right. So now they want to do some negotiations, right? Okay. Cash discount. All right. How do you think I'm going to answer that question?
I would say we could absolutely discuss that.
If I could give you a cash
If I could give you
discount,
that.
would you be able to do the job?
Yeah.
Business with
Somebody's
us
paying
today.
Is there any reason we couldn't get this started today? If I give you that cash,
Yep.
I can do that for you. So we get your project started.
Got it.
Bingo, there you go. All right, good. How else could somebody answer that question?
What?
The question is, would you be in a position to pay with a check, or would you want to take advantage of one of the payment options? How else could somebody answer that question?
They could give you that, and let me think about it and try to put you out there and hold again.
Okay. How else?
They could say, they could say, I'd be paying my check, but I'm not willing to pay anything until I'm happy with the job.
Okay, all right. So they could talk about the timing of the payments. Okay. What else?
They could start comparing you to other quotes. You know, they could even bring up and they might show you another quote from a competitor.
Okay, good.
Show me what
How
else you
else?
have. What other options do you have for me with as far as the flooring? Different price points that they're looking for.
Good. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to suggest we do, I'm going to suggest we take a short break at this time. We'll take a longer break in a little bit and give everybody a chance to get food. Right now, I'm just going to ask, let's do a quick, let's say, to give people time to make a phone call, to check an email, to use the restroom, to fill up coffee or tea. Let's do 15 minutes right now and try to be prompt coming back so that, because what I'm going to do is I want to dig in more to how can somebody answer this question of would you be in a position to pay with a check or take advantage of one of the payment options? This is key. This is like, you know, people think that they're good at sales because they can talk to anybody. You're really good at sales if you can listen to anybody. And so this is where you really have to be able to listen carefully to exactly the words that the customer is using and understand exactly what their issue is. What is their objection to being able to buy today? And we're going to dig into that when we get back from the break. So my clock says it's 12:25. I imagine your clock says it's something 25, which means that we're going to come back at something 40. So you got 15 minutes. Close your camera down now. When you're back, turn your camera back on so that I know that we're there, and be punctual coming back in. So before the break, we were talking about what are the possible things that a customer could say, what are the possible answers that a customer could say when you ask them a closing question. Would you pay with a check, or do you want to pay with a payment option? And we were talking about what are the possible ways that somebody could answer that question, right? So I want to, again, this is where we're going to get a little bit, I say technical. I don't mean product technical. I mean sales process technical. I'm going to try to convince you that there's only 5 possible answers that somebody can give you. You may or may not believe me yet, but hopefully in the next 10 minutes, you'll understand what I mean. So when you ask the question, would you be in a position to pay with a check, or would you want to take advantage of one of the payment options? There's only 5 ways that the customer can answer that question. Okay? One of the ways is the customer could say, your price is too high. Well, wait a minute. There's a 6th answer, and that's Wendy's answer. It could be yes. All right, so now let's talk about the 5 ways that they could tell you no. All right, so there's 5 ways to tell you no. That sounds like a Hallmark movie, the 5 ways to tell you no. All right, so anyway, the customer could tell you that the price is too high. Right? And then that could be in a lot of different words. That doesn't fit in my budget. I don't have enough money for that. I want to, whatever. So there's a lot of different words they could use, but they could tell you that the price is too high. What's another big category that the customer could, this is a way of saying no to you?
Got to talk to somebody else.
Okay, I need to talk to somebody else. I'm going to hold that one for just a second. Okay, what's another way that the customer could tell me no?
The timing isn't right and you wait for tax return or something.
Oh, good. All right. So it might be that the customer says that I can't do that right now. Okay. I don't have the money right now, but I'm waiting on tax return. I'm going to get a bonus, whatever, I have an uncle that's going to die and going to leave me money, whatever it is. So it's later, right? So there's a time objection. What else could the customer object to?
When can you start, or how long is it going to take, the shop?
Okay, so there could be questions about the schedule, right? We'll come back to that one too.
The flooring is the other thing they could object to, right? The material chosen?
Could be. Okay. We set up here, you can pay by check or by payments. Well, if somebody says that there's a price objection, that tends to be over here on this side. Somebody could also object to the payments. Now, that might sound like semantics. You're going to find as you're running appointments, you're going to find as you're presenting price to customers, you're going to find that, 50% of the time, that's not a scientific number, but half the time, you've got people that really just pay attention to the price. Okay? And you've got people that really just pay attention to the payments. So when you present price and payments to a customer, some of your customers look at this sheet and immediately their mind goes to, this is $12,000 for a hardwood floor. Good. But there's other people that look at this and say, oh, this is $330 a month. Can I fit that into my budget or not? And I'm not, by the way, that's not a judgment. I'm not judging somebody based on their finances. This has nothing to do with that. This is just a way that we tend to think about things. In fact, it was a couple of classes ago. I had a franchise couple, much like we've got Wendy and Courtney sitting there together. I had a franchise couple that were sitting there together, husband and wife. And when we started talking about this, the husband said, yep, I always look at the price. And the wife said, I always look at the payments. And that was just the way that they happen to, you know, it has nothing to do with how much money's in the bank. It has nothing to do with whether or not they're rich or poor. It has nothing to do with any of that. It just, some people look at numbers and $12,000 they resonate with. I understand what that is. Other people look at it and say, okay, from a monthly standpoint, this is how much it's going to cost me a month to do it, and whether or not I can fit that in my budget. Or for that matter, how much of that, you know, this is my entire paycheck for a month, or whatever the, you know, however people look at it, right? I get paid this much a month. This is X amount of that paycheck. No, that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not spending that much money. Whatever. Okay. So that's why we offer a, you know, you can just pay for it, or you have a payment option. So what's important in this discussion is that you have to recognize that a price objection is different than a payment objection. And the reason you have to recognize the difference is because the way you handle it is different. All right, another way that somebody could object, and Antonio said this one earlier, there could be an interest rate objection. So I asked the customer, once your job's complete, would you be in a position to pay with a check, or would you want to take advantage of one of the payment options? And the customer says, you know what, I know how you guys are, and these, I know your interest rate is going to be really stupid high. Okay, well now we're talking about interest rate. It's not a price objection. It's not an objection about $330 a month. The objection is truly about what is the interest rate? What is the interest rate on those payments? Okay. The fourth or the fifth objection is what I call poo-poo. Okay, you can relabel that however you want to, but it's what I call poo-poo. Now let me put this in context, and the reason I say this. We were here. I asked the customer, other than price or payment, would there be any reason that we couldn't get your job started today? Remember, we said we're traveling down the path of a positive pre-close. Other than price or payment, would there be any reason that we couldn't get your job started today? And the customer said, no, it just comes down to price. Great. So I show the customer the price, and I ask, would you be in a position to pay with a check or take advantage of one of the payment options? And now the customer comes back and says, well, you know, I've got a fence project I need to do. Well, you know, I want to talk to somebody. Well, I want to sleep on it. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that doing the fence project is a bad thing. I'm not saying that talking to somebody is a bad thing, or that sleeping on it's a bad thing, or praying about it's a bad. That's not what I'm saying. What the reason I'm calling these objections poo-poo objections is because literally 45 seconds ago, I asked the customer, other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? And the customer didn't say anything at all about a fence project. They didn't say anything at all about talking to somebody else, or sleeping with somebody else, or praying with, or whatever. There was none of that came up. And now that I've shown them the price, now they're trying to lie their way out of this. Okay, does everybody follow that? The reason I get away with calling this a poo-poo objection is because now they're inventing it. It wasn't there before, and now it is. All right, so we're going to role play this real quick. Let's see, John, I want you to ask me that's John Suarez up in the Philadelphia area. I want you to ask me the pre-close question. I'm going to be really easy on you. Ask me the pre-close question, give me a commitment statement. You're going to present the price and payment sheet and ask me the closing question. All right, so we're going to start with other than, and you're going to finish with check or payment options.
Other than price or payment, would there be any other reason we couldn't get your job started today?
John, it really just comes down to price.
All right. Well, Arlen, I do want to let you know that I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that you get the flooring that you love.
Well, thank you for that.
Sure. So here we have a retail price of $12,487. And I typically don't know how my customers want to pay, but I did go ahead and put together some payment options for you. For 24 months, it'll be $586.50. For 36 months, it would be $415.65. And for 48 months, it would be $330.93. Now, once your job is complete and you are 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay by check, or would you like to take advantage of one of our payment options?
All right, so stop right there. How long did that take?
Like 30 seconds, maybe a little more.
30 seconds, okay? So 30 seconds ago, John asked me if there was anything other than price. And what did I say? I said, it just comes down to price. Now John asked me, would I want to pay with a check or take advantage of one of the payments? And now I'm going to look at John and say, well, you know, John, I've got these, I've got this project down at my son's house. I've got these trees that need to come out. And I just, you know, that's, the guy that I've gotten a couple of quotes down there, and the guy that I talked to was about $4,000. And I know that seems high, but I don't know if I can do this and that. So I tell you what, if you don't mind, leave me the quote and I'll think about it. And maybe I can get in touch with you later this week. All right, so now, do the trees have anything to do with this flooring project? No. Now, it might be that that's a real thing for me, but literally 30 seconds ago, I emphasize this because when we're going through this detail by detail, I mean, it was like an hour ago. No, it wasn't an hour ago. It was 30 seconds ago that I told John it just comes down to price. And now that he's shown me and gave me a half a heart attack from a $12,000 project, now I'm making up some BS about trees. Okay? That's why I call it poo-poo. The other reason I call it poo-poo is, what do you want to do with poo-poo? Do you want to hold it? Do you want to work with it? Do you want to massage it? Do you want to do anything with poo-poo? No, I don't want to do anything with it. I can't do anything with it. So the first thing I want to do is I want us to stop talking about poo-poo and start talking about something I can actually do something about. I can't do anything about your tree project. It has nothing to do with me. Okay? So now let's talk about things that we can talk about. By the way, I'm going to throw some statistics out here with you. If we're talking about poo-poo, I need to think about it. I've got a tree project. I've got a fence project. My daughter's got braces. My dog has 3 legs, whatever the issue is, okay? And we're talking about poo-poo. If John can't get me to stop talking about poo-poo, what is his percentage? What is his possible percentage that he's going to close this job?
Less than 20%.
Yep. As a matter of fact, 0%. If you get stuck in poo-poo land and you can't get the customer to talk about anything else, you're not landing this job, at least not in the home. Maybe you landed in follow-up, but you're not landing it in the home. So all of a sudden, John gets sucked down the rabbit hole of trees in my son's yard, and now, you know, now we're not talking about anything he can help me with. Okay, but if we can stop talking about poo-poo, and we can start talking about price, and now we can address price head on, what are now John's chances of landing this sale? If we can now talk about price.
40% or more?
This might shock you. If you can get them now talking about price and having a real, honest conversation about price, you got about a 65% chance of closing this. What about time? So now we're not talking about price anymore. We're talking about when. Okay. So now we've gone past the fact that it's $12,000, and I think that that's really, really high. And now we're talking about, well, it's not something I could do right now. I would have to wait until I got a tax refund. I'd have to wait until I get a bonus. I'd have to wait until. Now we're talking about time. Your possibility of closing it, your probability of closing it now jumps to 75%. Why is that?
Because
just
it's
a
not
matter
a
of
price
time.
objection.
Easier to
It's a
overcome.
time objection, 75%.
So now we're not talking about doing the job or not doing the job. Now we're talking about when to do the job.
Yeah.
And that's beautiful, because now if we're talking about when to do the job, well, we can solve that. We're talking about when to pay for the job. We can solve that. So Owen brought up earlier, well, what if the customer says, well, I don't want to pay for it until the job's 100% done? Okay, good. No problem with that. That's a time issue that we can solve. No problem. We won't dive right this second into how to solve it, but there's a solution for that. If we can talk about payments, okay, so the customer says, man, $330 a month, that's a lot of money. I don't even pay that much for my car payment. Good. If we can talk about payments, I've got an 85% chance of landing that sale. Why? Because I can solve the payment problem. There's so many tools to solve the payment problem, it makes it very easy to solve. All right? What about interest rate? If we're talking about interest rate, you've got about a 95% chance of solving that. Because you can beat any interest rate that's out there. That's just a decision. That has nothing to do with whether or not there's a solution. That's only a decision about whether or not you're going to use the solution. That's it. And yes, I know the franchise owners are now like, oh my God, dealer fees. Okay, yep, we'll talk about dealer fees. I get it. I was there. I understand. But the reality is, you could land 95%. If you've got a customer that's their only objection is the interest rate, you got a 95% chance of landing that sale, because you can solve interest rate. You can take interest rate to zero if you want to. You can land the sale. All right, so when I'm talking to a customer, you can picture this like a set of stairs. And I want to walk the customer up this set of stairs. So what am I going to do if the customer's objection is poo-poo? Well, the first thing that I want to do is I want to get them to stop talking about poo-poo and start talking about price. All right, so let's talk about how to do that. John asked me, would I pay with a check or would I pay with a payment option? And I made up some story about trees. How can John get me to stop talking about trees and start talking about price? So I'm going to show you this. I'm going to name this because I like having little names. I'm just going to call this, we're going to bridge the gap. How do I bridge the gap from poo-poo to price?
What your expectations were going into it? What did you think a job like this was going to cost, and can you see why we would be?
I'm going to get to those. I'm going to get to those, but I'm not there yet. I'm going to get to those though. How can I just get them to say price?
I mean, I would probably say something like, yeah, I've dealt with trees. I know those could be a pain and not fun to pay for, but we've got financing options for you. If you've got some near-term budget constraints, and we can schedule you for next week if you're going to be busy dealing with your son's trees this week.
All right. So that's sort of a shotgun approach, and I'm going to take more of a rifle approach, right? I'm not saying you won't land the sale. It's just that's very wide, and I want to break it in and bring it really, really narrow.
There's any chance that we can work together and get your two projects done? I mean, the tree
Maybe.
and the floor.
Okay, so again, I want to use, as a matter of fact, I want to design a question that I can ask the customer that it doesn't matter what the poo-poo objection is. It could be fence, it could be, by the way, when a customer says, well, I still want to get other quotes, that's still poo-poo. Why is that poo-poo? Because 30 seconds ago, they didn't say anything about other quotes. Now I've shown them my price and they're saying, well, I want to get other quotes. Okay, good. So it doesn't matter. Every poo-poo answer that they give me, I want one single question that I can remember that's now going to get the customer talking about price. Very simple question. What do you think?
What can you there?
So we haven't even gone to the other two price options that we had set up already. So would we pivot to one of those now?
Not yet. All right, watch this. This is really easy. Is this more than you thought it would be? Simple question, right? So would you be in a position to pay with a check or take advantage of one of the payment options? Oh, you know what? My daughter's got braces and that's really kind of working me over. And I tell you what, why don't you give us a quote and we'll just think about this. Well, I can leave you with the quote, but while I'm here, let me ask you, is this more than you thought it would be? How are they going to answer that question?
Yes.
99% of the time, they're going to say, yes, this is more than I thought it would be. I mean, it's logical. The reason they're having a heart attack is because the price is higher than they thought it was going to be. Okay, so now we're just going to deal with that, right? By the way, I live in South Carolina. People are really nice here. I probably run over 2,000 appointments, and people try to be really, really nice, and that's great. There are times that I wish I was in New York, New Jersey, because people in New York, New Jersey will just tell you straight up, that's too effing expensive. Good, and then we deal with it, right, and move on from there. I'm in South Carolina. People are really, really nice. Oh, this has been fantastic, but we just need to think about this. Can you email this? All right. Well, I've got to get them to say it. I need them to say that this is too much money. I don't want to put words in my customer's mouth. I need them to tell me that it's too much money. So how am I going to get them to tell me that it's too much money? Very simple. I'm going to ask them straight up, is this more than you thought it was going to be? By the way, reword this. How does this price feel to you? Does this price feel high to you? Does this price feel like you were expecting? What? I don't care, but design a question or use this one if you don't want to design it. But have a question where you ask the question, and the answer has to be either yes, this is more than I thought it would be. Now we're talking about price, or no, it's really what I thought it was going to be. In which case, we're going to get a little bit assertive and basically ask them straight up. Well, what would it take for me to earn your business today? Because now I'm at a loss. Okay? All right, so let's play this out. We're going to do the same thing. Somebody start with the pre-close. Give me the price and payment sheet. And then we go from there. Don't be shy. These are the easy ones. The harder ones come later, so volunteer early.
I'll do it.
All right? Start with the pre-close.
Price or payment. Is there any reason we couldn't get your project started today?
No, Wendy, it really just comes down to the price.
Okay, awesome. Well, I went ahead and put together, I don't know how my customers like to pay, so I went ahead and put together some financing options for you too to look at. So the retail price is $12,487.70. You got a hold of 3 customers from your reference lists, and I know you had some really great conversations with them. So that is $150 off. So total is $12,337.71. So at 24 months, that would be $586.50 a month. At 36, $415.65, and at 48 months, only $330.93. So based on that, when the project's done, you're completely satisfied. Are you thinking about paying with a check? Would you be able to pay with a check, or would you want to take advantage of one of our payment options?
You know, Wendy, this has really been fantastic. I did not realize just how much went into a project like this. You've given me a lot to think about. Is there a way that you can email that to me and maybe let me call you back on Friday?
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. Let me ask you this. Is it more than you thought it would be?
Bingo, right? So why am I politely trying to shove her out of the house? It has to be because I'm having a reaction to the price, right? And I want you to be prepared for that. Most of the customers, when you flip a price, most of the customers are going to have a reaction to the price. It doesn't matter. 12,000 or 2,000, 30,000 or 1,000, doesn't matter. When you show them the price, they're going to have a reaction. And just know that it's coming, right? You know that it's coming, you're prepared for it. And then I'm simply going to ask, is this more than you thought it was going to be? Right? Simple question. Now I've told her, yes, this is more than I thought this was going to be. Now she has something concrete to work with. What are we working with now?
Price.
Price. Because now I have used the words. Now I don't want to assume, okay? I don't want to assume that it's price. I want to get confirmation from the customer that it's price. Now that I have confirmation from the customer that it's price, now I can start from here. All right, are we good so far?
Perfect.
Okay. Now I'm starting from price. Now I know that the objection is that we have a price objection. And what I'm trying to do next, I'm not trying to land the job next. What I'm trying to do next is I'm just trying to walk the customer up this mountain. Right? So if we're talking about price, can I get them to talk about time? Can I get them to talk about payment? Can I get them to talk about interest rates? Okay? And each one of those has a different solution. All right? And we're going to walk through that. Before we do, though, we're going to do a little bit of role play here, and I want you to listen. I want you guys to listen. What is the objection that you hear? So I'm going to ask several of you just to ask me the closing questions. So we're going to skip ahead. By the way, Wendy, you missed the commitment statement, so don't miss that. Okay? But that's good. We'll move ahead. I'm going to call on you. I want you to ask me the closing question. Once your job is complete and you're 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a check or take advantage of one of the payment options? We're going to do this really quick. I'm going to give an answer, and in the chat box, I want everybody to just list, what did you hear? Was it a poo-poo objection? Was it a price objection? Was it a time? Was it payment? Was it interest? It might have been a combination. So you might be entering 2 or 3 things. All right, so who wants to kick us off?
I'll go for it.
Let's go, Isaac. Closing questions.
So Arlen, once your job is complete, would you be able to pay by check, or would you like to take advantage of one of our payment options?
You know, Isaac, that's I don't know, $330 a month is something that I just wouldn't be able to do right now. If you don't mind, could you send that quote to me and give me some time to think about it?
You know, I can completely understand where you're coming from. Budget constraints are very real. Why don't I put together some other options and see if we can get that number down a little bit lower for you?
All right. So before we figure out what to do with it, let's first figure out what you heard. What is the objection you heard?
We're on payment objection.
Payment and one other one.
Time.
Time. But what was it that I said that tells you time?
It's just too much for you right now. So it's a timing issue.
Exactly. Right. So be careful with time. Time is not send it to me and let me think about it. Okay, that's not time. Time is I can't pay for that right now. Okay, time is I'm not going to be able to pay for it until X, and we're going to figure out what X is. I need a week to think about it. That's not a time objection. That's I'm indecisive, and we've got to help that customer make a decision. Okay, so this was truly payment and time. All right, so which one am I going to deal with first? Because I can't deal with both of them. Which one am I going to try to solve first?
Time.
What do you think?
Time.
All right, so why do you want to solve time first?
If you can solve that, then you're going to be able to solve the payment part a little bit easier. So if you can find out what the time constraint is, then you'll be able to build out your payment options better.
Okay. So I'm going to take the opposite approach. And I'm going to say, I want to start with the highest objection and work my way down. Because I have an 85% chance of solving it if it's a payment problem. I have a 75% chance of solving it if it's a time problem. So why not go for the one that has the higher percentage of success? So if I hear payment and time, well, then I'm going to jump to, let's see if we can't solve payments. All right, somebody else, give me the closing question. Let's do the same thing again.
So Arlen, I actually say it a little bit different because we take, the way that this makes it sound is that there's no down payment and we take 50% down here. So the way that I say
everybody does.
Oh, okay. So you don't think it sounds like you're not taking a deposit? Because when you say, sorry, my phone's blown up. When you say, when your job is completely done and satisfied, would you be paying by check? Or would you prefer to use one of the payment options? Personally, I think it sounds like you're not paying for it until the job's complete.
Okay. You ask it the way you normally ask it.
So the way I normally ask it is, so we take 50% down, and then when we're completely done with your job and you're totally satisfied, we take the balance. Would you prefer to pay by check or one of the payment options?
Okay.
I just add that in.
I'm gonna roll forward with that, and then we can come back and we can sort of critique that question.
Okay. Yep.
Christine, this is wow, this is a lot. I mean, 12 grand is that's just not something that's in my budget right now. This has been great, but I probably am gonna have to get some other quotes.
I can understand that, Arlen. Let me ask you a question. Is this more than you anticipated it to be?
All right, so before we go there, what did you hear? What objections did you hear me say?
Quote. Other quotes.
But.
And price.
And price?
Over budget.
So I said something about price, right? This is too much. 12,000 is too much. All right, so I said something about price. I said, it's not something I'd be able to do right now. What is that?
Time.
Time. And then almost every time there's going to be some amount of poo-poo in it, right? Which I don't want to play with if I don't have to.
Right.
So if I've got poo-poo, if I've got price and I've got time, what do I want to try to solve first?
Time.
Time. Okay. So before I start getting messy and poo-poo, or even before I start dealing with price, I'm just going to simply ask, well, you mentioned that this isn't something you'd be able to do right now. When would you be able to do something like this?
Okay.
Okay. And that's going to be my next question, because I want to deal with time, because that's the highest one on the list. All right.
Are you going to be emailing this whiteboard to us?
Yeah, I will. And actually, I'll make it even better. I actually have a PowerPoint presentation that has all this in it, which is cleaner than the whiteboard.
Awesome.
So I'll send that to you as well. But when I go through this, I've found over the last couple of years that it tends to sink in better when I go through it on the whiteboard the way that I'm doing it, as
I
opposed
agree.
to working.
Yeah.
So, all right. Okay, so let's go back to your closing question for a second. Does it matter if you take a 50% deposit or not? I don't mean from a financial standpoint. From the customer's perspective, is that germane to whether or not they're going to choose Floor Coverings International?
No.
Then it's irrelevant at this point.
Okay.
I don't know. We actually mention it when we're going through the installation process in the company story.
You can, but again, is that a deciding factor for whether or not somebody is going to choose Floor Coverings International?
No.
Okay, well then let's put it where it belongs.
Yeah.
Okay. How many of you met Katie Fitzgerald at convention? Katie's a franchise owner in Cincinnati, Ohio. Okay. Katie was, she'll tell you this story. This isn't my story to tell, but when she was talking about sand and finish jobs to people, when she would get into the installation part, she would talk about how messy sand and finish jobs are and how it's going to absolutely destroy people's lives when they go through sand and finish jobs. And what ended up happening is she scared everybody away. Now, the reality is, whether we do the job or somebody else does the job, It's the same process. It's still going to be messy, right? So that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not to choose Floor Coverings International. Okay, is it important for somebody to know? Yes. Is it important for them to really absorb before they decide to go with us? No, it's not. So all of a sudden she changed her script. So instead of dealing with that then, she dealt with it after the customer said, yes, I want to go with you. Okay, well, let's talk about what this is going to look like. I'm not trying to hide something from a customer, please. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to misrepresent. I'm not trying to lie to somebody. I'm not trying to manipulate. I'm not trying to do any of that. I'm trying to help the customer get the information they need when they need it to make a decision. And then all the details can come later. All right, good. Somebody else, ask me the closing question and let's see if we can pick out what the objections are.
Other than price and payment, when you're the just completed and 100% satisfied, will you be in the position to pay with check, or would you like to take advantage of one of our payment options?
I can't buy from somebody I can't see. Oh, that's better. Okay, now ask me a closing question.
Oh, now it's harder to be in pro.
Now here we go.
Okay, when the job is complete and you are 100% satisfied, will you be in the position to pay with a check, or would you like to take advantage of our payment options?
You know, it's funny that you asked this because it was just 2 weeks ago that my wife and I were down at the mattress store and they were doing some sort of special. And when I started looking at the fine print, they were charging like 18% interest on this thing. And I know interest rates have gone up, but that's just crazy. I don't know what your guys's are, but I don't like doing payments because there's always a really, really high interest rate. And it's a lot more than what I would want to do on a $330 a month. I mean, that's more than what I do on my car payment right now. So I tell you what, I'm probably just going to have to go get some other quotes or something.
Well, because I'm here already, if interest rate is a problem, we can work around that.
Okay.
And then they lower your payment so you be comfortable.
Okay. All right. So what did you hear? What were the objections that you heard?
Interest rate.
Interest rate? Anything else?
Yeah.
Payment.
Payment, you said it's more than the car.
Yeah, right? Okay, so interest rate. Okay, so interest rate and payment. Those are the two things that you heard, right? And there's always a little poo-poo that's mixed in, all right? So what am I going to try to solve first? I'm going to try to solve interest rate first.
Exactly.
If that doesn't do it, then I can try to solve payments, right? So it may be that the interest rate doesn't do it alone and I still have to do something else with payments. That's fine. But I want to start with the highest thing on the list.
Arlan, but you say payments, it's more than my payment. Well, if I can work a payment that you'll be comfortable, not talk about interest, is the payment itself.
Yeah, sure. But if the number one thing for me is that interest rate is a problem, then that's the one I want to solve first. Okay. All right. So let's talk about how I'm going to solve each one of these. Okay, because we've talked about listening really carefully to what the objection is. Let's talk a little bit about how we're going to solve each one of these. Okay, how am I going to solve poo-poo?
Changing the price.
Ignore it.
Yeah, I'm not going to solve poo-poo. It's impossible to solve poo-poo, right? As the bumper sticker shows, poo-poo happens. So I can't solve it, but I'm going to convert that into a price objection, okay? And then we can do that. How can I solve, let's start from the top. How can I solve interest rate? What can I do to solve interest rate?
Ask them what they thought the interest rate would be or what they're looking for.
Okay. Do you
I would
have
probably mention the fact that we have a lot of great options that are same as cash over longer periods of time.
Oh, there you go. All right. So I might start the interest rate discussion with a if I could get your interest rate down, could we get your job started? Because I want to know if that's really what I'm dealing with. Okay?
I didn't quite catch what Isaac said. Isaac, could you say that one more time?
Yeah, I was just mentioning that we have great options that are treated the same as cash, right, over longer periods of time. So if their true issue is interest rates, you could always put that out there as if we could lower your interest rate or even find something as attractive as same as cash, would we be able to move forward with your job today?
Right. So the only thing, so Isaac, I agree with you, but the only thing about that is now you've already thrown out there the possibility of doing a 0% interest. And I don't necessarily want to give that up right away. I mean, I might be giving away more than I need to.
True.
So,
Yeah, keep that in your back pocket, then save it.
right. So if I could get your interest rate down, could we get your job started? And now we're going to have a discussion about interest rate. Now we are fully talking about interest rate. If I could get your interest rate down, could we get your job started? Well, what could you do? Okay, well, I'm going to ask, you know, you thought that the interest rate was high. By the way, does anybody know what the interest rate is that's in the tablet?
12.99.
Does anyone know what the default is?
12.99.
Yeah. So in the tablet, your interest rate is 12.99. What do y'all think? Good number, bad number?
It's a good number to work with.
Right in the
Really not
middle.
that bad.
Pretty high.
It's
Great
a
number.
great number to start with, right?
Number to negotiate. That
It's
wasn't
a great number to start
It's
with.
a great number
Because if
to-
I tell the customer that our interest rate is 12.99, I am almost certain that the customer is going to say that's too high. And now, boom, they have walked into it, and now we're talking about interest rate, and I've got them right where I want them. So the interest rate's 12.99. That'll work for you, won't it? And I'm going to say it with as much enthusiasm as I possibly can muster, knowing exactly what's coming back, right? So I tell Leanne, yeah, Leanne, the interest rate's 12.99. That'll work for you, won't it? And Leanne looks at me like I'm stupid and says, 12.99? You're crazy. Well, Leanne, if I could get that down for you, could we get your job started?
So Arlen, do you not think it's best to get a idea of what interest rate you're looking for, or just generally say go down?
So I'm going to find out from them what they're looking for, right? But I do want to be a little bit careful here, because this interest rate conversation is something that you need to practice. Because on the one hand, it can start to sound like an auctioneer. Well, if I can get it to 11.99 or 10.99, how about 9.99, 8.99, 7.99? Where do you want, you know? And it's like, where are we going to be, right? On the other hand, if I simply open it up carte blanche and say, well, what would you want it to be? Well, I want it to be 0. Okay, well, that might not work depending on, you know, they're trying to finance this over 5 years. I can't do a 0% interest over 5 years. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to find out from them, what do you think you could get from your bank? And that's typically the question that I'll ask is, what do you think you could get from your bank?
Okay.
And they'll normally say something like a 9.99% or 6.9, 7.99, somewhere in there, right? They rarely come back and say, well, I could get 0 for 5 years, because people know that that's just not realistic. Okay. All right.
Arlen?
How can I? Yes.
Sorry, just a question. So going back to the furniture store, would you pivot that something like if they're like, I went to the furniture store, the interest rate was 19.99, and that's just ridiculous. Would you then come into them as like, well, I can get you to it for 12.99. Would that work for you? Like, is that because it's quite the drop there?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you were at the furniture store and they were at 18.99? Great news. We're at 12.99. That'll work for you, won't it? Again, I'm going to be as enthusiastic as I possibly can be, knowing and expecting. I'm expecting that they're going to look at me like I'm stupid. I'm expecting it. It's perfect, because I've had people look at me like I'm stupid all my life. So this is natural. It's good. So when they come back and they're like, 12.99, you got to be on drugs. Okay, well, what do you think you would be able to get at your bank? Oh, I could get 9.99 easy at my bank. Okay, great. Well, if I could get 9.99 for you, could we get your job started? And
So
now
I-
all of a sudden we're there. Yeah, Carrie.
I just had a question. I mean, when and how much are we at the discretion to like lower the interest rate? I mean,
All right. So that's a really good question that you have to talk to your franchise owner about.
okay.
Okay. And some plans, so this is where I am going to talk a little bit about dealer fees, right? So the lower you go, typically, the lower you go, the higher the dealer fee is. Okay. Now, I will, just to make it easy for the group, I will tell you what I used to do with my design associates. Okay. But you have to find out from your franchise owner what they're willing to do. I would tell my DAs, you can go down to 8.99 and never call me. So if you have to get down to an 8.99, I don't care. You can do it. If a customer is looking for 0%, you can do 0% up to 12 months. Don't call me. I don't want to hear about it. Just do it. Okay. But like if the customer is doing, I need 5 years or something, good, that you can go down as low as 8.99 and I don't care. Okay, but in order to land the sale, Carrie's out and she's trying to land this sale. She's got a $30,000 job on the line, but in order to get it, she's figured out that she's going to have to go to 5 years at, let's say, 2.99. All right, well, now I'm going to ask Carrie to call me. And the reason I'm going to ask Carrie to call me is because I know from a franchise owner's perspective, this is probably going to cost me somewhere around a 16% dealer fee, right? That's going to be a very, very high dealer fee. But what if the customer says that on this $30,000 job, that they're willing to put down $20K? Oh, well, wait a minute. So I'm not doing a 16% dealer fee on $30K. I'm doing a 16% dealer fee on $10K, which brings sort of my effective dealer fee, if you will, down to like 5.5%, 5.25%. I'll do that all day long, right? So now there is a little bit of a negotiation that's here. So I'm not saying I'll never do a 2.99%. I'm just saying that it needs to be in the right context. So what I would do with my DAs is I would simply say, here's where you can play without ever talking to me. You can go down to an 8.99 and I don't ever want to hear from you. You can go down to a 0% up to 12 months and you don't need to talk to me. You could even go to, you could take, because some of the plans are like extended payment plans. You can go all the way out to 144 months and I don't need to hear from you if it's at a standard interest rate. Okay. But I don't know what finance company you're working with, and I don't know what your franchise owner is willing to do. So the design associates that are on the call, just have the discussion with your franchise owners to see where your boundaries are, and then play in the boundaries.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. All right. So that's interest rate.
Hey,
Very simple. Yes.
Do you know roughly how what percentage of our customers choose the financing option?
I will tell you that it's lower than it should be. Okay, I will tell you that it's about 25%, but it should be higher than that. And the reason that I say that is because not every franchise owner offers financing, which is a little bit silly because people will get hung up on this. Well, I'm going to have to pay a 2 or 3% dealer fee or 5% dealer fee. And the reality is that you're walking away from money because you don't want to give up a percentage point.
Yep.
And so we're going to dive into that a little bit next week.
Okay.
Alan actually has a presentation. It's a short presentation that he's going to do with you guys next week in TSA that goes through actual numbers from a study that we did. And you can see very, very clearly that financing, yes, if I look at this particular job, it cost me 3-4%. That's great. But as a total, I actually made a lot more money by offering financing than if I didn't.
Yeah, Arlen, I got a question too. You had said that all of the franchisees or all of the locations take a down payment. I guess in the back of my mind, I was thinking that if we were doing financing options, that down payments weren't required.
That's a good question. So if if a customer does a financing option, you don't need a down payment, right? You really don't need one. So think about this. Let me go to a blank sheet here for just a second. All right. Let's say that I go into a customer's house and the customer says they want to pay by check. Okay, so the customer says, I want to pay by check. And all the franchise owners say, yay, it's a check. I don't have a credit card fee. I don't have a dealer fee. I don't have any kind of fee. Life is wonderful, beautiful. All right, and let's see. Christine said they do a 50% deposit. So Christine, how big is this job? Pick a number.
22,000.
Good job. All right, so this is a $22,000 job. So I'm going to take a deposit, 50% deposit. So that's 11K. All right, why am I taking that 50% deposit? What's the point of the deposit?
Because we have to order the materials in advance. So we're already putting out of pocket.
All right. What else? What's the reason for that deposit?
Make sure the customer's
Customer
committed.
buy-in.
Pot committed.
Okay. The main reason for this deposit is to cover my costs. That's the main reason for that. There is a risk here, and I'm going to share this risk with you. All right, so I have a 50% deposit. Another customer says, I want to do payments. All right, same $22,000 job. They get qualified for payments, no problem with that. What do you want to take as a deposit? I still like to get a little bit of a deposit. There was a couple of you, I think Denise said, I want the customer to have some buy-in. Okay, great. Maybe it's a zero deposit. Maybe I get $1,000 deposit. Whatever. I don't know. Pick a number. Let's just say for the sake of this argument, let's say I don't do a deposit at all. It's a zero. I do zero deposit whatsoever. Okay. All right. Now I do the job. When I'm finished with the job, in payment, I'm finished with the job. How do I get paid?
Customer has to sign off on it.
The
Customer
customer
has to
signs
sign
off
off.
on it. The customer signs off on it, and then what happens?
Generally, the finance company calls the customer to confirm.
Yep. So the job is confirmed. And who pays me?
Finance company.
All right. So I did my job. We installed the floor. There's nothing wrong with the floor. There's no, we're not having a discussion about any of that. Okay. The job's confirmed. Do I have any risk of the financing company not paying me?
Yes.
Dylan, you say yes. Why do you say yes?
Well, if something catastrophic happened or there's a breach of contract, then the finance company can withhold funds.
Okay, but the project's done successfully. Everybody's happy. Do I have any risk whatsoever that the finance company is going to pay me?
Then
No.
No.
Well,
I mean,
once the
let's just say-
consumer signs a contract with a finance company, that's between them and the finance company, not you and the consumer.
Right. Let's just say I have a less than 1% risk. Okay. I suppose the finance company could go bankrupt. Right. So I'm not going to say zero, but let's say it's a less than 1% risk. All right. Same thing on the other side. We do the job. This job is confirmed. Everybody's happy, but now the customer says, I just lost my job. I don't really feel like paying, whatever. Do I have a risk that the customer isn't going to pay me the other half of that job?
Yep.
Yes.
I do. Okay. There is a risk. Now, it's not a big risk. I'm going to say it's probably less than 10%. Okay. It's not a big risk. I mean, 9 times out of 10, you go back and the customer is really, really happy with everything and they stroke the check and you're done, or you swipe the credit card and you're done. But even though this is small, this is smaller. So for me personally, and you guys run your business the way you want to, for me personally, I actually prefer doing payments because then I didn't have to worry about whether or not a customer was going to come up with the other half of the money. I'm not concerned about it. I have less risk if I'm working through a finance company than if I'm working directly with the customer's bank account. So that's why this deposit is so important, because this is actually more risk than payments are. Make sense? All right, so let's get back on track. Where are we? Here we are. Okay. Good. So we talked about payment. We talked about interest rates. A customer says, they give you a payment objection. A customer says, oh, by the way, one other thing to point out to you. When you're looking at your tablet, this is a tablet thing. When you're looking at your tablet, right here inside of that box, you can put in another number. I don't know if you guys have picked up on that or not. But if you're talking about a 9.99%, 8.99%, you're talking about a different type of interest rate, a different amount of interest, you actually can plug in a number right here on your tablet. You can put in 9.99, and it will recalculate the payments based on that number. Okay, so you actually do have the ability to see what it's going to do to the payments if you play with that. Okay? All right, good. If the customer says the payment is too high, use a different color now. $330 a month, it's just way too much. What can I do to bring the payment down?
Take a deposit.
Extend the terms or take a deposit.
Right, so I have two levers that I can pull. I'm not going to pull the interest rate lever because we're going to leave that for an interest rate discussion. I have two levers that I can pull. One lever is a down payment, and the other lever is extending the terms. Now, which one do I want to do first?
The down payment?
Yep. So if we're having a discussion about payments, the first thing I want to do is get a down payment. And then the second thing I want to do is extend the terms. All right, watch this. Here's where I get franchise owners thinking like franchise owners again. Why do I want to take a down payment first?
Got cash flow coming in to cover your costs.
Yeah, see, here we go, cost again. Don't think like a franchise owner. Think like I'm trying to land the sale. Why do I want to take a down payment first?
To lock them in
Buy-in.
mentally.
Bring their payment to bring it.
Cash is king, right? The sooner you get cash in the door, the better.
So
Save some on dealer
remember,
fees.
No, see, it has nothing to do with fees. It has to do with landing the job. Okay, so what am I trying to solve? The customer said $330 a month is too high. That's the problem I'm trying to solve.
The deposit will bring the payment down.
Yes.
You're not financing that deposit amount.
Yes. So if I put a deposit in here, that's the first thing I'm going to do. The second thing I can do is extend the terms. And the reason I do it in that order is because putting a down payment in is going to reduce the payment faster than extending the terms will. That's why I put a down payment in. Has nothing to do with fees, because fees that's not solving the customer's problem, that's trying to solve my problem. Right now I'm trying to solve the customer's problem. The customer's problem is that $330 a month is too much. This is too much for me. I can't spend that much money on the floor. $330 a month is more than my car payment. I can't spend that much money. It doesn't fit in my monthly budget. Did you have some money set aside for a project like this? Well, with your permission, let's use the money that you had set aside as a down payment. I don't know what it is. Whatever that down payment is, I put that in, and that brings your payment down to just $150 a month. That'll work for you, won't it?
So
that's
Arlen,
still- yes.
sorry, it doesn't always have to be the 50%. You can, again, probably something to talk to your franchisee about, but
Again, I'm using the finance company's money. right? I'm using the finance company's money. We're looking at payments. It doesn't have to be the 50%. It might be 10%. It might be 20%. It might be 80%. I don't know, whatever the customer comes up with, right? The customer says, I had this amount set aside. Great. Well, let's put that amount in here and see what it does to your payments. Now it brings the payments down to $150 a month. That'll work for you, won't it? No, that's still too high. Okay, now let's take it from 48 months and push it out to 72 months, 84 months, 144 months, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So my first step, if a customer tells me that the payments are too high, and that's the objection, the payments are too high, well, then I need to solve the payment problem. And I'm going to solve the payment problem first by seeing if I can do a down payment. And second, if needed, extend the terms. And I'm going to do them in that order because it has a bigger impact in that order. It's going to bring the payments down faster that way. We good so far? Okay. Let's see, where are we at? Let's do this. This is sort of a weird place to stop, but I'm hungry. I'm sure many of you are hungry as well. So let's stop here and we'll take an extended break to get something to eat. Okay. When we come back, we're going to pick right up where we were. So where are we at right now? We've talked about how to deal with interest rates. We've talked about how to deal with payments. When we come back, we're going to talk about what to do with time. We're going to talk about what to do with price. And then we're going to put it all together before we finish today. We're going to put it all together and do a little role play around, ask a closing question, and let's see if you can land a job. Okay? So let's see. I've got 1:45. Is a 45-minute break good for you guys? Get something to eat, answer emails, phone calls, and whatever else? So I've got 1:45 on my clock when it says 2:30. On your clock when it says something 30. We'll come back together. Same as before, turn your cameras off when you're ready to get back started again. Try to be on time so that we're not waiting for individuals. And 2:30 on my clock is when we'll start back. Thank you guys for being back. Appreciate that. Good. All right. So just as a way of bringing everybody back together, I told you that I've been kicked out of the house one time for trying to do a warm-up. So I was training a design associate. This was, matter of fact, I've run into him here lately at the gym. His name's Darius. I'm training Darius, and so I'm trying to make sure that I'm running the system, you know, line by line, word by word, and you know, because when you're training somebody, you want to make sure that they're seeing exactly what you want them to see. So I'm running this appointment. We've got a noon appointment with this lady. Well, we pull into the driveway and circular gravel driveway. We knock on the door, and a lady comes to the door, but it's not the woman that owns the house. It's the housekeeper. So the housekeeper comes to the door and she's like, well, the woman will be here any minute now. She's coming home from work to meet you guys. So this lady comes pulling in a pickup truck, and she slides the truck into the gravel driveway. I mean, she slides the truck sideways in the gravel driveway. She gets out, she's already pissed off. I don't know what's going on in her life that day, but she's already really, really pissed off. So she jumps out of the truck, and she looks at us and says, what are you doing here? Well, ma'am, we've got a 12 o'clock appointment. Is that today? Oh, all right. So she goes in the side door. We're at the front door. She goes in the side door from the carport side. And I hear her yell at the housekeeper. I can't tell what she yelled. I didn't get exact words, but I could hear her yelling at the housekeeper. And then I hear a thud, and I hear a yelp, like she's kicked the dog, and now the dog is yelping. Okay? So, I mean, this is obviously not a person that I really want to do business with anyway, but whatever. So she comes to the front door, and I'm trying my best to be polite, whatever. She doesn't want anything to do with it. She's like, this is the room. I want carpet in this room. So I'm trying to have some kind of warm up with her, and she absolutely won't have anything to do with it. And so I'm like, okay, well, how long have you been thinking about replacing this floor? She goes, what difference does that make? Is it, there's carpet, it needs to go away. I'm like, okay. So now okay, well, let's figure out what it is that you're looking for. You know, what are you trying to accomplish in this space? She looks at me and she goes, it's a bedroom. I'm expecting it to be a bedroom. Okay. And I mean, she's getting hotter and hotter with this. All right, so that's fine. I said, well, okay, what would you like the carpet to look like or feel like? She goes, that's it. That's it. If you ask me one more stupid question, we are done. I'm just asking what it looks like and feels like. Nope. If you ask me one more stupid question, then we're done. I said, ma'am, you know, most of the time customers want an opportunity to pick out product. I've got samples in the van. I want to make sure I'm pulling out the right one. That's it. We're done. We're done. I said, okay. And I put my hand out to shake it. And she goes, no, I'm not even going to shake your hand. Just get out. I mean, we were in there literally like 2.5 minutes. It was, all this took place really, really fast. And she was just in a bad mood. And she looked at Darius, because both of us had introduced ourselves. She looked at Darius and said, I'm sorry that you have to work for somebody as sorry as this. That's just, you know, okay, whatever. All right, so I leave that appointment. So on the next appointment that we went to, does that stop me from trying to do a warm-up for the next customer? No. This is my process, and this is the process that I'm going to use. And you know what? There's 1 out of 1,000, 1 out of 2,000 that kicked me out of the house because I tried to do a warm-up with them. It's not going to stop me from doing the warm-up on the next one. It's not going to change my process. Like I said, when we first started 5 weeks ago, there's 20% of the people that are not going to buy from you no matter what. No matter what you do. It doesn't matter. You can give it away for free, and they're not going to buy it from you. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm not trying to get those 20%. I don't care about those 20%. I'm going to focus on what do I do to get the other 80%. And if I can get the other 80%, I'm going to be really, really happy. So anyway, good. So let's move forward. Any questions about what we've done up until now? So before the break, we talked about buying objections. We talked about poo-poo, price, time, payment, interest rate. We said that any objection that the customer gives you after you've shown them the price, they're going to fall into one of those 4 or one of those 5. Interest rate, very simple. I can reduce the interest rate, so I can solve that one 95% of the time. Payments, I've got 2 big levers for payments. What are my 2 levers for payments?
Down payment,
Down payment.
and how long it's gonna take, how many months?
Yep, and which one do I want to do first?
Down payment. Down payment.
Good, all right, so there you go. All right, so now we've got the down payment, we've got the extended payment terms. On time, okay, so time, this is going to be really simple. I just want to know when, right? So if the customer says it's not something I can do right now, great. Then I have only one question, and that is, well, when would you be in a position to do something like this, right? Just when. And if they tell me that it's, 6 months from now, great. I've got a great solution for you. We'll talk about that solution in a moment. I've got a great solution for you. If they tell me that it's 5 years, well, then I'm going to go back to the payments, and we're going to dive into payments. Okay. So we've been sort of working this from the top down. How do I get from poo-poo to price?
Asking how much do they think it was gonna cost?
Exactly. I just want to bridge the gap. How much do you think it's going to cost? Okay, so I ask the customer, would you be in a position to pay with a personal check or take advantage of one of the payment options? And the customer says, they just give me a bunch of poo-poo, so I'm just going to bridge the gap. Is this more than you thought it was going to be? All right, so now the customer presumably is going to say, yeah, this is more. Okay, so now I'm talking about price. Now the customer is talking about price. So now that I'm talking about price, I've got 3 questions that I'm going to ask in order. And this is what I call the walk of life. It literally, the reason it's called that is because you're literally trying to walk the customer up those stairs into a better probability of landing the job. So my first question for the customer, how much did you think a project like this would be? It's a natural question, okay? So let's just go back for a second. Somebody asked me the closing question.
Is there anything besides, price or payment, that would prevent us from starting today?
All right, so that's the pre-close. Good job with that. Now let's move ahead to the closing question.
Once a job is complete and you're 100% satisfied, would you be in a position to pay with a check, or would you like to take advantage of one of our payment options?
Dylan, is there a way that you could send this to me by email and give me the week to think about it?
Of course, we have that arranged. The time one.
All right, so that's not time, but that doesn't say I can't do it right now. That says I'm not deciding, right? So there's a difference between doing and deciding, okay? So this is nothing but poo-poo, right? Give me a week to think about it. Good. So that's nothing but poo-poo. So what are we gonna do if you get a nothing but poo-poo?
Yeah, so I understand why you would like to take a week to think about it, but I know prior you told me there was nothing stopping us other than price or payment. So do you mind me asking, Arlen, was this a little bit more than you expected?
Okay, good, right? Is this more? So that's fine. All the extra words that you put in there, that's okay. But you can make it a lot shorter and just say, okay, I'll be happy to send it to you. While I'm here, is this more than you thought it was going to be? Right? So it's okay. What you did is fine, but you can also shorten it up and just, use less words and say, is this more than you thought it was going to be?
Would you find that combative? Because I actually heard that from someone in the Mexico trip, where they try to really put a customer in a box by using their words against them, as in such as, well, Arlen, you told me, before I showed you the price, that other than price or payment, there's no reason you wouldn't want to move forward today. The only thing that's changed since then is I showed you a price. So if you don't mind me asking, is this more than you thought it would be? Or is that a little too aggressive or long-winded?
I don't think it's aggressive, but I do think it's long-winded.
Okay.
Okay. The other thing, and this goes for everything, but certainly when it comes to the close, ask yourself this question. Is this going to help me? Does this have the potential to hurt me? And if you realize, well, wait a minute, this has the potential to hurt me, then you might want to wordsmith around that. And by pinning somebody into a corner, I don't think it's that aggressive. It doesn't sound that aggressive, but you might run into a customer that finds that aggressive. So I can just keep it a lot simpler. I'll be happy to send you the email. I'll be happy to send this to you by email and contact you later in the week. But while I'm here, is this more than you thought it was going to be? Now, that's not aggressive at all. It's not pinning anybody down. It's just a question. Is this more than you thought it would be?
So Arlen, what if they say, no, it's not, but I just want time to think about it?
Okay. All right. So let's put it in context. Remember 30 seconds ago, they said it only comes down to price, right? And now they're saying, I need some time to think about it.
Okay. I missed the only comes down to price. Okay.
Okay. So 30 seconds ago, they said it just comes down to price. And now they're saying, I need to think about it. So in that case, if I ask them, is this more than you thought it would be? And they come back with, well, no, it really isn't. It's more or less what I thought it would be. I just want some time to think about it. Now I am going to, this isn't a pressure question, but I am going to ask a question that it might feel a little aggressive when we're talking about it in training, but in real life, it's not aggressive. I'm just going to ask, well, what would it take for us to earn your business today? What would it take? By the way, that's a question that will serve you extremely well in almost every walk of life. What would it take for this to happen? What would it take for us to earn your business today? And then see what they say.
I like that approach because I've had various search companies in my house before before they give me, like the first time they give me the price, they say this is the price but you have to sign it today. You have to agree to it today, else it'll go up. Right. And
but
that
that's not
just,
what I'm
that just
saying.
puts me off right from the start.
Yep, agreed. I 100% agree with you, but that's not what I'm saying.
No, I know.
I'm not saying,
I'm saying that.
right?
Yeah. I got you.
I'm saying, what would it take to earn your business today? And they may come back and say, no, you know what? You've done everything really, really well. I need some time to think about it, and I'm going to respect that. Okay. Or we'll talk about another step that you can take for sure. All right. So I've got, is this more than what you thought it would be? So what's a natural question to ask after that? Is this more than you thought it would be? Yes, it's more
Yes,
than I
it
thought
is.
it would be. Okay, so the customer says, yes, it is. What's a natural next question? Well, how much did you think a project like this would be? But see, it's not, it doesn't feel weird, it's just natural, right? So, and it doesn't matter how we got there. The customer said, $12,000, oh my God, that's a lot of money. I already have my price objection, so I don't have to do the bridge to the gap. I can go straight into here and say, 12,000, that's a lot of money. Well, how much did you expect a project like this would be? Or if I didn't get the price objection and I had to use my bridge to the gap question, is this more than you thought it would be? Yes, it's more than I thought it would be. Okay, well, how much did you think a project like this would be? See, it doesn't matter how I got there. Once I get a price objection, once the customer has said, this is too expensive, whatever words they use, this is too much money. Okay, well, how much did you think a project like this would be? And they're going to give me a number, or they're going to say, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Now that you see what we do and how we do it, can you see why this would be more than you expected? Now we're going to dive into this question for just a second, okay? Because there's some, I normally don't like to train from a negative position. Like don't do this. I'd much rather train from a positive position, do this. But there are a couple of pitfalls that I want to show you that you can drop into if you ask this question the wrong way. So we're going to talk a little bit, we're going to break this question up a little bit, okay? So when I look at this question, I want to break this question into half. Now that you see what we do and how we do it, this half of the question, I really want you to embellish this question. What do I mean by that? So I'm with Carrie, and Carrie and I have gone to see this customer, and the customer said, my gosh, every contractor that's ever done any work in here is a complete and total idiot. Okay, so it might be that when we were doing the install presentation, we were going through the install video, and when we were going through the company story, we really, really played up the professionalism of our installers. Okay, so now when I'm asking this question, now that you see what we do, and you see the quality of the installers that we use. Okay, you see what I'm doing? I'm taking what the issue was for the customer, and I'm playing it into this question. Okay, maybe the customer absolutely fell in love with the product, and I mean we did the scratch, we did the scratch demo, and we showed them that this hardwood is it's not bulletproof, but man, this is it's going to work very, very well with the dogs and the cats and all this stuff, and what a wonderful product this is going to be. Okay. Well, now when I get to this question, I'm going to embellish it towards the product. Well, now that you see what we do and you see the quality of the materials that we use, okay? So I'm not repeating the whole company story, but I'm going to take one or maybe just one bullet point that was really, really important for the customer, and I want to fold it into this question, okay? So I want to personalize this. According to whatever it was that was the issue for the customer. And if you don't have one, then you can use it like this. Well, now that you see what we do and how we do it. By the way, when did they learn about what we do and how we do it?
In the company story?
Yeah, they should have picked that up as we went through the company story, as we went through our installation, as we went through the product presentation. I mean, that's what I've been doing for the last 45 minutes, is explaining to you what we do and how we do it, right? Okay, so now that you see what we do and how we do it, now that you see the quality of the installers we use, now that you see the quality of the materials we use, whatever it is that's been the hot button for the customer, I want you to make that really, really personal for the customer. Now, let's be careful with the second half of this question. Let's see. Who was it? Dylan, maybe. Dylan, ask me the second question.
Which second question?
Now that you see.
Oh, now, so Arlen, now that you see what we do and how we do it, can you see why this would be more than you expected?
Okay, perfect. Perfect. This is what I don't want to do. Okay, Dylan did that absolutely perfect. This is what I don't want to do. Can you see why this would be a little more? You're all going to get caught in this trap at some point. Now that you see what we do and how we do it, can you see why this would be a little bit more than you thought it would be? And the customer is going to look at you and say, 12 grand. The last guy that was here was 8. $4,000 is not a little bit of money. Okay. Why do we use the word little bit?
I'm trying to make it seem like it's not as bad as it might be in terms of the price difference.
Yeah, we're trying to minimize the damage, and frankly, right now, I want to maximize the damage. Okay, we put in little because we're scared of our own price. Well, I'm not scared of my price. Can you see why this is more than you thought it would be? Okay, the little bit will hurt you. It won't hurt you every time, but it will hurt you. So be really, really careful with that. When you're practicing this, when you're going through this, when you're looking at yourself in the mirror and you're trying to make sure that you're doing this, if you're going to use this tactic, now that you see what we do and how we do it, can you see why this would be a little bit more than you expected, and then pinch yourself? No, I can't do that. Now that you see what we do and how we do it, can you see why this is more than you thought it would be? And don't be ashamed of it. Don't be afraid of it. This is more than they thought it would be. That's why they're having a reaction. Okay? And it doesn't matter if it's $5 more or $25,000 more. Just say it's more. Okay? The other thing that I want to be careful about with this question is I don't want to ask the customer to defend my price. So people will use different words to do this. Now that you see what we do and how we do it, can you see why this is the price? So what am I doing? I'm asking the customer to defend my price. Frankly, if you asked me that question, I would look at you and say, well, if I understood why this was the price, I would have signed your damn tablet. Because at the end of the day, I'm having an objection. I'm having an emotional reaction. You're going to see it. For those of you that haven't been on a lot of these appointments yet, for those of you that have done in-home sales, you know what I'm talking about. You show a customer the price to a customer, and you will see an emotional reaction in their face. They're like, it's almost the same as you know, when I'm driving and the car in front of me stops fast, and I look over at my wife and she does one of these numbers. It's the same sort of thing. It's like, oh my gosh, that's high. $30,000 for this floor. Oh my gosh. Can you see why this is a little bit more? A little bit, you're out of your stinking mind. Okay. Can you see why this is the price? No, I don't understand. Why is 30 grand the price? I don't get it. But if I ask the question, now that you see what we do and how we do it, can you see why this is more than you thought it would be? And 95% of the time, you're going to have because of the way it's worded, you're going to have a customer that says, yeah, I get it. You're more professional. This job is more involved. Yep, I get it. I expected you guys were going to be high the moment you rolled up in the mobile showroom. Whatever their answer is, it doesn't matter. I'm trying to get them. I'm just getting an agreement here. Yes, I get it. You're more expensive than the last guy was, and you're more expensive than the next guy's going to be. Okay. Questions around that question?
I have a comment though, from a previous job in sales, watching a trainer have me out in the field with them and seeing that the customer is not going to go with you, or they're, you know, dissatisfied in some way. Watching this person's whole face and being changed, you could see the disappointment all over the salesperson's face, they're seeing that too. So to kind of find a way to not show that, I think is really important. You don't want them to see that you're disappointed and that you're worried about not getting the sale.
Yep. And the first time you, so Leanne, what is the biggest ticket you've ever flipped in front of a customer?
In my previous position, $500,000.
There you go. All right. So anybody on the call here feel like they'd be freaked out if they flipped a flooring price of $500,000 to somebody?
It wasn't flooring. It wasn't flooring.
But I mean, I use maybe this is exaggerated, but I use this as an example. I remember the first time I flipped a $60,000 price for somebody, right? And when I flipped the $60,000 for flooring, when I flipped the $60,000 price to somebody, I flipped it scared. I was scared. I was even more scared when the customer said, "Yeah, that sounds good. Let's do it." Oh, really? Wow. Okay. Maybe it should have been 65. But at the end of the day, the first time you flip what you think of as a big price, whatever that is, if a big price for you is 5,000, if a big price for you is 100,000, I don't know what that number is, but the first time you flip a price that you think is a big price, the customer is going to see it on your face. Leanne's 100% correct. Good. All right. So, first question of the walk of life. How much did you think a project like this would be? All right. Second question. Now that you see what we do and how we do it, can you see why this is more than you thought it would be? And the third question, which a lot of people will have a negative reaction to, and that's okay, we're going to work through it. Well, now that you've seen the price, how long would it take for you to come up with the rest of the money? So who has an issue with that question? Be honest. All right, good. So explain your issue, and let's just dive into it.
I think for me, we've just been taught for so long that you don't dig into people's financial situations. You know what I mean? Like even friends and stuff, it feels like going somewhere that is almost socially unacceptable.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
What else?
I was gonna say that it feels like you're being dismissive of the fact that I'm not happy with the price and moving right on past that to, well, how can you come up with the rest of the money?
Okay, good. All right. What else? What other objections do we have with it? Christine, I think you put your hand up,
I
right?
feel like
I did it. I don't know. I mean, I've been in home sales for a long time and I ask a lot of questions, and this one just kind of makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up.
Okay, good.
It kind of sounds
All right.
like you're begging them. When are you going to come up with the rest of the money? When am I going to get the rest of my money for this job?
Okay, good. All right.
I feel like I'm robbing them.
Perfect.
Like, where's the rest
Good.
of the money?
Yeah, good. All right.
strong.
So clearly the way that you ask this question, your tone of voice and the way that you ask this question can have a big impact, right? I mean, if I hold my hand out and say, when am I getting my money? That's one thing. But if I ask the question in a very diagnostic way, and now that you've seen the price, how long do you think it would take for you to come up with the rest of the money? I'm asking a diagnostic question. Now, to be honest, if you want to reword the question somehow, that's fine. Reword the question. There's two words that are key to this question. And if you reword the question in some way, but you still get this point across, then great. The two key words are right here. How long? So if you find a way to ask this question using different words that you're comfortable with, but you still get the how long question answered, that's the key part of this. It's how long. Now, let me show you why this is so important. And hopefully show you why, no, I'm not asking somebody to show me their 401k. I don't need to see their pay stubs. I'm not trying to get into their personal business, okay? I'm trying to solve a problem. Remember, I promised the customer, this has now been about 90 seconds ago, I promised the customer that I was going to do everything I possibly could to help the customer get the floors that they love and deserve. And this is me fulfilling that promise. Okay? Now, if I were to randomly, I'm sorry, this is going to be a little bit, it's going to be a little bit on the edge, but if I were to randomly ask somebody on this call, hey, does it really burn when you pee? Well, that seems like a really, really personal question, right? I probably shouldn't ask that question. But if I'm a doctor, if I'm your doctor, and I ask that question, now in the context, you know what? That's not a bad question to ask. I mean, let's be real. So here you are the doctor of flooring, and you're asking a diagnostic question. And the diagnostic question says, how long? Now, why is this so important? What if the customer says, I could do this in 3 months? Do you have a solution?
We have options to offer for financing. So could you say, so, you know, how long would it take you to come up with ways to finance the rest of the job, or to finance the project?
Maybe. Yeah, so wordsmith it, right? Wordsmith it, make sure you're comfortable with it. But if I told you that I could do this, you know, it's January now, I'm expecting a tax refund, I could probably do this in May. You know, how long is your quote good for? Okay, well, what do you think? Could we put the floors in now and let them pay for it in May?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
How would we do that?
90 days, same as cash.
Yeah, a 90-day same as cash, a 6-month same as cash, right? If I told you that I couldn't do anything until, you know, I think I'm going to get a bonus this year, but honestly, bonuses don't come out until August. Do you have a solution for that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the key here is how long. Now, let me show you how to interpret this how long answer. There's only 3 ways that the customer can answer this question, how long. One way they can answer the question is they can give you a very, very specific time. Now, that specific time might be when I get a tax refund, when I get my bonus, when my kid graduates from college in May, when, you know, whatever. It's a very, very specific time. It might be after the holidays. It might be after Easter. It might be whatever, but it's a very, in the customer's mind, this is a very specific time. Okay? What's another way that the customer can answer this question?
Never.
Yeah, they could.
I need to save.
right?
Need to
We'll deal with
save up
never.
$2,000 or something.
Okay, so let's say a not specific time. For example, well, you know, it might take me 2 or 3 years to come up with that kind of money. Okay. Well, I don't know if that's, I don't know if it's 2, if it's 3, if it's 2.5, it's 2 or 3 years. I don't know. You might have a customer that tells you, you know what, I'm paid on commission, and some months are good and some months are not great, and I don't know, it might be a year, it might be 2 years. Okay, good. Okay, it's a not specific time. Or like Owen said, they might just say never. I'm not spending 12 grand for a floor. I'm not spending that much for a floor. It's not going to happen. Okay, good. So if I get a specific time, and let's just put a frame around it. Let's say it's a specific time and it's 12 months or less. What am I going to offer the customer as a solution for that?
Same as cash?
Yeah, it's a same as cash offer. Okay. Now, same as cash sometimes sounds like a used car dealer. So I might, instead of calling it same as cash, I might call it no interest no payment. Or no interest, no payment. Okay. So I asked the customer, how long would it take you to come up with the rest of the money? And the customer says, gosh, you know, it would probably be August. Great. I've got a solution for you. We can go ahead and get these floors in within the next 2 weeks. That way you can enjoy the floors through the spring, through the summer. And when August comes, you can pay the whole thing off in August, and it won't cost you a dime more than if you did it today. That'll work for you, won't it? Now, if that's really the objection, then this job is landed. You're done. What am I going to do if the customer says, I don't know, it might take me 2 or 3 years to come up with that kind of money, a not specific time?
I would offer a payment plan that matches the longer range of those two.
Bingo. Now I'm going to go focus on payments. Okay. You'll notice what we've done here by asking this question. In the first case, I turned this into a time objection. In the second case, I turned it into a payment objection. Notice I'm walking them up the little stairs, right? So if I get a specific time, it could be X number of months. Great. I've got a same as cash offer for you, a no interest, no payment offer for you. A not so specific time, 2 or 3 years. Great. Let's take a look at one of these payment plans. And now I'm going to work payments. And I'm going to do exactly what we've already talked about. I can put in a down payment and bring the payments down. I can push the number of months out, whatever works to get it into the customer's budget. What if the customer says, okay, I'm looking at Owen because Owen said this. What if the customer says never? I'm just not spending 12 grand on this floor. Then what am I going to do?
Show them a different option.
Ah, look at that. Now I'm finally moving to another option. Maybe it's option 2, maybe it's option 3, maybe it's option 4, wherever I'm at. Okay? So here's the beauty of this. There is no question, there is no response that the customer can give me that I don't already have an answer to. And because I've got so many options in the van, I can find a way to solve the customer's problem. So if I have truly convinced the customer that I'm the right person, that we're the right company, and this is the right product, if I've truly made that, so when I ask the pre-close question, other than price or payment, would there be any reason we couldn't get your job started today? If the customer says, no, it really just comes down to price, I should be able to land this job. So if I work really hard at the beginning of the sales system, then when I get to the close, yes, I have to know how to do the close, but when I get to the close, I should be able to land this job simply because I know I have an answer to everything that they come up with. It's like I have the map. I've got a map of all the roads, and these are the only roads the customer can take. Great. Well, then we have a solution to it all. Who has doubts?
Arlen, have you ever had any feedback on that as far as it coming across as disingenuous to the customer when you already have another option lined up for them that you're steering them towards?
No, because one, I'm not spending 30 minutes here, right? Again, we're covering this in detail, so it feels like a long time. I mean, this literally takes 3 or 4 minutes in the customer's home, if that long. And then, of course, if the customer says, no, this is too much, okay, look, I've got another option. And I'm going to show them, this is what you're giving up, right? I'll tell you what is disingenuous is when you've got salespeople that'll say, okay, 12,000, but if you'll do it today, I can knock it down to 10. Well, how are you going to knock it down to 10? You didn't change anything. You know, and for one, okay, this is personal preference. I would much rather, back in step 2, I would much rather find a way to expand scope so that when I get to this point, we don't have to go back and find product again, right? So if I find our page that had, was it this one? I forget where we had that note. I have that note. This one. All right, I would much rather, so this is one way of doing this, right? I would much rather my option one has the upstairs, has the downstairs. Option two is only the downstairs. Option three is only the master bedroom or whatever, right? Because that is really, really easy. When somebody says, you know, I've put together option one and this option one was 12 grand. And the customer says, you know, I'm just not spending 12 grand on this house. Okay, you know what? When we were talking earlier, you said that your number one priority was just getting the downstairs done. So let's look at what the downstairs would be. Okay, so if we just focused on the downstairs, this is what it would be, whatever that is, right? And now I don't have to go back and pick product again. Good. Where are we? Here. All right, so.
Well, I got a question, Arlan.
Yes.
Got a quick question. On the other slide, when you say the rest of the money, you mean the difference between what they thought they were going to pay versus our price?
Don't get too hung up on
Because
that.
because I could be talking about they could be thinking about financing a job, like the whole job. So maybe financing is, I cannot do same as cash and finance, you know my
Sure,
point?
you can, look, you can take that out if you like. How long would it take for you to come up with the money? Okay, I mean, the rest of, by the way, you will have to flex this a little bit. So let's start with question number one again. How much did you think a project like this would be? Gosh, I don't know. You're the first people that have come out and I really didn't have any idea whatsoever. Okay, well now the second question doesn't make a lot of sense. Can you see why this is more? Yeah, but I didn't know how much it was. Okay, so I'm going to change it. So, well, now that you've seen the now that you see what we do and how we do it, can you see why this isn't cheap? Okay, good, because now you're not comparing against another offer. You might be comparing against zero. Okay, well, can you see why this isn't a cheap project? Well, yeah. Okay, well, now that you've seen the price, how long do you think it would take for you to come up with the money? So you will flex these questions some. The main thing here is this is trying to get a value, an expectation, if you will. Okay, here. I'm literally reminding the customer of our value proposition. And then the third question is time. And I have to know time if I'm gonna solve the right, or if I'm gonna present the right solution. Let me do it like this. So I asked a closing question. Somebody asked me the closing question.
Other than price and payment, other than price and payment, is there any reason we couldn't get the job started today?
That's beautiful, but that's a pre-close question. Give me the closing.
Oh, sorry.
When the job is complete and you're 100% satisfied. Go ahead.
When the job is complete and you're 100% satisfied, would you pay with a personal check or take advantage of our payment options?
All right, good. So now you've asked check or payment options. So what are the 5 possible, well, 6 if I include yes. Okay, so yes might be just out here by itself, yes. What are the 5 possible objections that I could get?
Poo-poo, price, time, payment, interest.
Okay. So if I get a poo-poo objection, how am I going to deal with that?
Ignore it.
No, I can't ignore it. I got to do something with it. What am I going to do with it?
You're gonna
I
ask
said that they
the,
thought it was more than I thought it would be.
How, yeah, so is this more, right? I'm going to bridge the gap. Is this more? Okay. So now I have a price objection. Presumably the customer is going to say, yeah, this is more than I thought it was going to be. Great. So now I actually have a price objection. So what am I going to do with the price objection?
How much did you think it was? gonna-
Options.
How much did you think it would be? Next question.
Now that you see what we do and how we do it, could you see why it's more than you expected?
Yep. And the third question?
How long would it take for you to come up with the rest of the money?
Yep. How long? Okay. So now once I have how long, if the how long is, 12 months or less, now I have a time objection. And how do I deal with the time objection?
Offer different options with the payment terms.
Okay, but if it's
Open
less
the
than 12
question.
months, what specific type of payment option am I looking for?
No interest.
Yeah, so this is a no interest, no payment, assuming that it's like within a 12-month window. Well, how long leads me to a payment objection? Because this might be 2 or 3 years before I could come up with the money. So what am I going to do to deal with a payment objection?
Ask for a down payment or extend the term.
And if we're whining and complaining over interest, what are we going to do?
Try to get a baseline, ask them what you think their bank would get, and then try to buy down the rate.
Lord, good. It's not that complicated. It looks complicated. We spend a lot of time digging into the details to try to uncover and unpack it. But in the end, this is not a complicated closing tool. It really isn't.
Hey, Arlen, I have a
let's-
quick question.
Go ahead, John.
Sorry. Yeah, so are we gonna have, and this is kind of going back to my old school boiler room days. Are we gonna have kind of common objections and answers where we can print them out and memorize them?
I'm going to send you this PowerPoint, and you're welcome to do that.
Okay.
But there's not, to be honest, there's not a ton of stuff to memorize. I mean, the walk of life questions are interesting to memorize. And honestly, the walk of life questions, it really comes down to making sure that in that second walk of life question, you don't really step in it. But otherwise, there's not it's not about memorizing the words. It's about memorizing the flow chart, if you will. It's about understanding where I'm going next.
Yeah. No, I guess how mine works, if I just say it over and over and over and over again, it becomes more natural.
Sure. Yep. All right. So this is what I want to do. I need a scrap of paper here. I'll find one. So what I want to do is I want somebody to try to close me. We used this one today. Tomorrow we will pull the tablets out, do more of this, but using the tablet itself so that we can play with the numbers and see what it does on the tablet. But for today, this will work. So someone start with the pre-close question, because we like that. Remember to get a commitment statement in, present the price, and then let's see where this goes. Now, I will tell you, I'm a nice customer. Jackie's not, so Zuri, too bad. You have Jackie, she's not a nice customer. I'm a nice customer. So I already have in my mind, if you get me to a certain place, I will buy. Okay, so I already know what the answer is. If you get me to that place, I will buy. So, somebody volunteer or be voluntold,
I'll do it.
either way. All right, good. So start with a pre-close.
Other than price and payment, is there any reason we can't get your job started today?
Jason, it really just comes down to price.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. I'm going to do everything possible to make sure that the price doesn't get in the way from you getting the floors that you deserve.
Thank you.
So here's the price that we came up with for your job. $12,337.71. Would you like to write a check, or would you like to take advantage of one of our payment options?
Okay, so I don't want to do this, but I'm going to time out. I'm going to stop you right here. Present the price and present the payment options.
Okay.
So, and when you present the price, spell it out. This is the total. This is what you got in terms of a reference list discount. This is what that comes down to. And on financing, on payment terms, this is 24, 36, and 48 months. So spell it all out, okay?
Okay.
So let's just start with that. Your price is $12,487 and roll it from there.
Okay. Our retail price for this is $12,487.71. Because you were able to get a hold of some of our references, you've earned a $150 discount, which means that we can give you the floor for just $12,337.71. We have some payment options available. I never know how our customers like to pay, so I put some of these together for you. At 24 months, it's going to be $586.50. At 36 months, it's going to be $415.65. And at a 48-month payment is $330.93. Would you like to pay with check, or would you like to take advantage of one of our payment plans?
Jason, this is just something that I'm going to have to think about. It's a big decision, and my wife and I never make a decision on the same day. So is there any way that you can email this to me and maybe get back in touch with me later in the week?
I can absolutely do that. Is this more than you thought it would be?
It is. I told you earlier that I had gotten a couple of quotes already, and this is higher than the others.
Okay, well, how much did you think a project like this would be?
Well, I mean, the highest of the others was around 10. So, I would say closer to 10.
Okay, but now that you see what we do and the care that we take when we're moving your furniture around, and how, we're going to show up on time, be professional, you're not going to have any issues with us. Can you see why this would be maybe more than what you expected?
Yeah, I can. I mean, to be honest, we spent a lot of time talking about that China hutch, and to be honest, the last two people that came through, I'm a little concerned that they're going to throw the thing on the back of a pickup truck. So yeah, I get it.
So what would it take for us to earn your business today?
All right, where'd we go? You said, now that you see what we do and how we do it, and I said yes. So what's my third question?
Oh, how long would it take, now that you've seen the price, how long do you think it would take for you to come up with the rest of it?
I got to think. the market's not been great, but I've got a couple of stocks that I was gonna sell late in the spring anyway. I mean, it's on the schedule anyway. So, I mean, this is probably something that I wouldn't be able to do until, I don't know, maybe June. I don't know how long your quote is good for, but it'd probably be June before I could do something like this.
Okay, we do have some financing options available for you that we could give you a 6 month, same as cash. That would be a no interest, no payment loan for 6 months, and you have 6 months to pay it off for this price here.
Is there a question at the end of that?
No, for this price, of 12,337, you can, if you can pay that within any time within 6 months, there's no interest.
I'm saying you're right there. Just ask the question.
Oh, what would it take for us to earn your business today?
No. You're there. You have found the solution. Just, make up what you want to make up. For me, that'll work for you, won't it?
Oh, okay.
You're there. You're right on top of the answer.
Okay, yeah, so we have the 6 months, same as cash, which is no interest, no payments. So just as long as you have everything paid off within 6 months, it's gonna be 12,337. That'll work for you?
Yeah, that'll work.
Awesome. Let's get it rid of.
Done. Welcome to the Floor Coverings International family. Good stuff. Okay. All right. So feedback I've got some things rolling around in my mind. Feedback for Jason. Before I give my feedback, what do you guys have?
I was just gonna say, you did a great job walking through a lot of those things, connecting them. When you get into the part of, now that you've watched the inspection video and you understand how we do it, you might not jump into as much detail unless he had a pain point there already, like the hutch. If there was something that was a specific and it's a good selling point for him based on your warm up, it's good to incorporate it. But otherwise, you probably don't have to go into as much detail about what makes you different. Don't get lost in that part quite as long, and then you should move on to the rest.
Good. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I thought it was really good. I think right up until the very end where Arlen said he could do June. I think a more more positive way to close that would be perfect. I've got a solution for you. No payment, no interest for 6 months. You sell your stocks in June, and you're good to go.
Good. Other thoughts for Jason?
Hey, Jason, what I've always told myself and other salespeople is it's okay to sit and think. What I mean by that, it's okay for there to be a few seconds of silence and think of what you're going to say next instead of the wrong thing or getting jumbled up in words.
Okay.
I'm not saying that you did. I think you did a great job, but I know that whenever you're learning a process and a new way to say things, you have to kind of think about it, and that's okay.
Okay.
Good. All right. Anything else? All right. So Jason, for me, I thought you did a phenomenal job going through it. I stopped you a couple of points along the way just to kind of keep the flow going. But when you have the answer, in your mind, you must have known that when I said June, there should have been like bells and whistles that went off in your head that said, I have the answer. It's like, boom. I don't know if you were a math person, but in calculus, you get to the answer and you're like, heck yeah, I got here, right? So it's like, boom, here we are. I've got the answer. Be excited about it. Dude, I just solved your problem. I have a great solution for you. We can we can get this floor put in the next 2 weeks, and you can enjoy it through the spring, and I'll set it up so you don't have to pay a dime until July of 2023. That'll work for you, won't it? Boom.
Yeah, that sounds
right?
a lot better.
And I'm going to present it that way. I'm not even going to say we have a financing option, 6 months, no interest, no pay. I'm just going to say I'm going to set it up so you don't have to pay a dime until June of 2023. Okay, well, or July of 2023. In my mind, I know what I'm doing. It's a 6 month, no interest, no payment. And if he asks for more details, good. No, we'll get into details. No problem. Good. All right. Who wants the next one?
Hey, Arlen, can I ask a quick question? If you
Yeah, I
don't
got a
mind?
question
Yeah.
too.
So let's say you jumped immediately once they asked you this question about whether check or payments, and you jumped immediately into, oh, the payments are a little too high. Do you think you should always transition, whether again payment or interest, into the walk of life, or simply ask them, well, can I ask you, did you have any money set aside for this project?
Good. If you get you ask the closing question. When you ask the closing question, the customer gives you a payment objection. $330 a month is just too much for my budget. Where are you going? You're already here. There's no reason to go to the walk of life because you did not get a price objection, right? So if the customer gives you this is why it's so important to be able to listen and hear that first objection. If the very first objection was, no, that's too much from my monthly budget, I can't do that. Great. Did you have some money set aside for a project like this? We're already talking about payments. Let's just stay on payments. Does that make sense, Dylan?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay.
Okay. Chris, you had a question?
Yes, when your objection, when you said you had other quotes for $10,000, my mind instantly went back to that story slide with the Better Business Bureau, 80% of the complaints are the lowest bids or whatnot. Is it okay to bring that back up, or do we just stick to the script and move forward?
All right. Good question. Setup call. Step 7. This is what I call before price. Step 8. This is all after price. So just like you've got, in time, we've got BC and AD, before Christ and after Dominion, whatever the Latin is for that, right? Just like you got this with time. There is a divide right here between step 7 and step 8. And there's some very important dynamics that happen right here. First of all, for your customer, right here, your customer is honest. After price, you're either going to make them a buyer or a liar. How do you spell liar? Liar.
LIAR.
Got it. Okay. So your customer is going to go through a transformation when you show them the price. They're either going to buy from you or they're going to start lying to you, one of the two. And the way they see you is going to change too. For you, PA, franchisee, whatever role you're in, here, the customer sees you as being helpful and informative. Any information that comes up after price feels defensive. So when you say, all right, I said I had another quote at 10,000, and then you say, yeah, but remember the Better Business Bureau and this and this and this. Now it just sounds defensive. That's why it's so important. Well, all of that information happened before price. That's why these steps 1 through 7, all of this is your opportunity to sell. Once you get to close, you're not selling anymore. When you get to the close, you're done selling. Now you're truly solving a financial problem. That's it.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, when you have a price objection and it's a true price objection, and we know one of the options is like going and picking out a different product. Another option is reducing scale, like taking out the furniture move and things like that. How do you know when you should go that direction and broach it? Do you let the customer kind of determine that?
I figured that out in step 2.
Okay, so it's understanding their
Right.
lifestyle and if they're the kind of people that would want to do that.
So in step 2, I'm trying to understand in step 2, what are their priorities? And we're gonna do some drills on this week for sure. I'm trying to understand in step 2, what are their priorities? What's gonna be most important to them? Are we picking one product? How am I strategizing? Because in step 3, I've got to put together 3 options. So how am I strategizing this? Am I adding rooms and taking rooms out? Am I adding services? Like maybe I'm putting in an area rug that I'm going to take back out later. Or am I doing like a PG3 2-in-1 and I'm going to have to change product? Am I doing a hardwood, a LVP, and then a laminate, and I have to change product that way? So all the way back in step 2, I'm already thinking my strategy. This is how I'm setting myself up for the close. In step 2, I'm listening to the customer, I'm solving the customer's problem, and then when I get into step 8, okay, I know how I'm going to negotiate these different or navigate these different options. And if I have to, then I'm going to go all the way back to step 6 and pick product again with the customer. But I'd much rather not have to do that if I can do it with scope.
Hey, Arlen, I see there's some strategies there too, like when you price everything at whatever 55% margin, and then when you start taking scope out, take it out at on a lower margin, right? So then what you're left with, you're actually, even though you're taking out scope, right, you're going to be accretive to your margin on the project.
Well, so as your trainer, I am not, there's no, how do I say this? As a trainer, there's no challenge in reducing margin. If you want to reduce margin, reduce margin. I don't train that. Anybody can reduce margin. That's a fool's errand.
I'm
right?
sorry.
So
I'm
to
sorry.
me, I want to show you how can I reduce the project price to meet the customer's budget without giving up margin.
So, but okay, I don't think I came across clearly. So let's say we've got to the point where we just know it's beyond their budget, right? So we have a choice of taking out scope or taking out product, right? You said, I would much rather take out scope than product, right? Or change out product. My question was, would there be a strategy where when you're taking out scope, right, you take it out at a right, you basically lower it by your cost rather than by your price, so that your remaining scope is now at a higher margin than would have been otherwise.
Oh, so you would, again, you're playing with margin, right? So I drop my scope, but I drop my scope and increase my margin so that I get the difference that I wanted. I mean,
Correct. Correct.
Again, playing with margin, I mean, it takes somebody 30 seconds to show you this is how you play with margin. Okay, easy. I'm much more concerned about, let's put together strategies in the role that I'm in the company, right? I'm much more interested in how do we manage different options, and how do we land this sale without touching the margin? And then you can decide if you want to take the margin up, take the margin down, wherever you want to sell it. It's fine for me. You sell it wherever you want to sell it.
Okay.
Just remember what Casey said about 1%.
Well, now, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm going the other way, right? If I build everything out at 55% margin, right, and then when I'm if I'm saying, okay, all right, well, let's start with your downstairs, right? So I'm taking the scope out for upstairs rather than taking all the well, I guess it's probably if you've already given the detail, you're stuck. But if you haven't given the detail, you could take down the price at your cost rather than the price you quoted the client. And then you're left with a higher margin on the remaining work. You
could. It's up to you. Or you might decide, you know what, I'm happy with a 50 or 55% margin regardless of the scope. And that's, and so when I pull stuff out, I leave the margin alone, leave it like it is. It's up to you. Like I said, my goal for you, or not my goal, my approach with you is going to be whatever. I can certainly give you tips on why I think a certain margin is the right margin for this business. And yes, I'm a big fan of Casey's and 1% here, 1% there. I'm all about that. I can show you why I think a certain margin is the right number. But at the end of the day, I don't really I don't really coach or train people on, okay, this is what you can do to reduce 5 points and land a sale. I mean, that's anybody can do that. I'd much rather work on my sales skills. Matter of fact, this is the strategy that I would prefer. Is I spend a lot of time working on my sales skill. Okay, so let's say that I'm selling let's say I come out of training and I'm selling at a 45% margin, and I come out of training with a 30% close rate. Okay, I'm making up numbers. Let's just say that I come out of training and I've set my tablet at a 45% gross margin. I find that I'm selling at a 30% close rate. Well, I want to sell more. I'm not going to lower my margin to do it. I'm going to work on my close rate. So how am I going to work on my close rate? I'm actually going to practice the sales system. Now, I know for a lot of people, practicing the sales system means, oh, I'm going to go run another customer appointment. That's not practice. You know, practice is when you actually take time and force yourself to do role play with somebody and you actually practice this. There's no professional athlete in the world that thinks that they're practicing when they're playing a real game. And your real game is when you're in the customer's home. So if you want to practice and get better, you get better in the office. And then what you do in the customer's home is just a result of that. Okay, so I practice, and I get my close rate up to, say, 40%. Okay, well, now that I've got my close rate at 40%, I decide I'm going to tweak my margin. And let's say I take my margin up to a 47% margin. Well, I took my margin up to 47, and it's harder to sell at 47. So all of a sudden, my close rate drops to, let's say, a 38%. So what do? Do I go back and drop my margin? No, I don't drop my margin. I double down on practice, and I figure out what I'm doing that I can increase my sales skills, and maybe I read a book, or I listen to a podcast, or I do something. I talk to one of the DAs in the system that's doing really well, and I pick up some tips and tricks. And because I've put so much effort into it, I bring my close rate up. Well, now that I've got my close rate up, I do the same thing again. I push my margin up. When I push my margin up, all of a sudden my close rate drops a couple of points. I'm not happy with that, so what do? And now I go and maybe I go do a ride along with David Reichwein, or I go spend some time with Kyle Santor. I pick some of the other really, really great DAs across the network, and we set up a practice call with them, or I invest in a trip and I actually go spend 3 or 4 days with somebody and see what they're doing, and I learn from the best, right? Great. Well, now my close rate goes up, and I feel confident enough to boost my margin up. And I keep doing this. And every time I boost my margin up, my close rate maybe dips a couple of points, but I don't look at that and say, oh, now my margin is down, or now that my close rate's down, I have to drop my margin back down. No, that's not the answer. The answer is, what do I do to make my sales skill better? Because I look across the network and I see people, you know, like I see a Jordan in Saskatchewan that took his margin from a 45 to a 50. And when he took his margin from a 45 to 50, he actually added 5 points to his close rate. And so now I pick up the phone and I call Jordan and I say, okay, Jordan, what are you doing to practice, right? Or I go out and I find, here's a DA, Ryan, in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, that runs, I kid you not, that runs a 59% close rate on home advisor leads. Impossible. No, he does. He runs a 59% close rate on home advisor leads. So I go and I call Ryan and I say, okay, what do you do here? Good. And then I learn from him and I get better and better and better. So for me, the answer isn't, okay, I just need to drop my margin. To me, the answer is, what do I do to continue to increase my sales skill to be able to pick up margin points, not lose them?
So Arlen, question for you. What is the average close rate? Because when I was in closets, my close rate was 86%. So I want to be realistic in the number that I have in my head. Because if you're saying 59 is like, oh my God, what's average?
Let me see. you know what, I'm gonna do this live, so there's no thought that I'm playing games, right? It's always dangerous when I do this stuff live, but that's okay.
That was funny, Wendy.
So what was the Powerball?
Takes a second to load. I'm gonna look at all of last year, and I'm gonna look at I will look at this a couple of different ways. All right, let's see. Take a look at everybody. And let's look at all of last year. Boy. All right, so this is the entire network, the whole network for all of last year. Average close rate for the entire network was 39.5%. Okay, so that's the average close rate for the whole network. You can see the whole network had an average job size of right around $7,300, had an average close rate of 39.5, had an average gross margin of 44.94. But this average close rate includes all of the franchisees that are brand new, all of the DAs that are brand new, everybody that's brand new. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to look at emerging. So what is emerging? Emerging, these are businesses that have been around a little bit longer. Now, unfortunately, I can't filter out the new DAs, so there's going to be new DAs in here too. If I look at just the emerging camp, so these are franchise branches that have been out there for at least 2 years. They've got an average close rate of about 43. So it's not much different, right? An average close rate of about 43 and gross margin of 45%. If I sort the close rate and I say, okay, who's actually doing a good job? These that are at 100, I ignore this because this isn't real. These are people that are putting in jobs, but they're only putting in the ones that they land. So I'm gonna come down here to well, Melanson puts his in, Bell puts his in. I'm going to say probably Erickson Klink is probably the first one. Matt Moten is in Ohio and his team. Adriana O'Connor, Donna Teagle. So you've got branches out there where the branch is at a 50, 60% close rate. And these are real numbers. The 99s are not real, but these are real numbers that are in here. There's Forrester, but it's a different Forrester. So we have to pay attention to 1R versus 2Rs. This is the Forrester that's in Canada. All right, let's look at this a different way. Let's look at only DAs. So I've got to go back out for just a second. I want to look at this. By the way, DAs are they're gonna include franchise owners as well. It's not by branch, it's by individual proposal writer. So if I look at last year, let's see. It's not exactly the way I wanted to see it, but this will work. This is okay. So again, I look at my average close rate of 39.3, 39 point whatever. I want to see this by name, not by branch. May have to download it to be able to do what I want to do. I want to sort this by the actual person. On the wrong screen. Let's see. Sort this by close rate. When I'm looking, again, I'm gonna skip past these that are way up here at the top. So when I'm looking at this close rate, and I'm looking at individual design associates. So Reg is up in Canada. John Schnell is a DA for Matt Moten. He's at 65%. Joe Secchi is an owner. Kimberly Lewis is a DA for John Porch. Then you've got Joe Nemec, that's an owner. Rob Kruger is a DA at 62.8%. I've got Brian Searle is a DA for John Toth at 62.3%. So you can see there's a lot of DAs that are up here in the 60s, 70s. And then the ones at the bottom, I'm not trying to pick on anybody. I'm not trying to embarrass anybody. But the ones that are down here, you know, these are ones that need some additional training or need some additional work. That doesn't mean that they're dead. I mean, look, here's Christine, for crying out loud. Christine's at a 10% close rate. Well, you know what? Christine's going to be a lot better than that. But Christine's brand new. She's right here on the call with us. So this is where I'm not picking on anybody. It's just that this does go into that overall system average. Was the point.
Gotcha.
I don't know if this helps you or not, but you'll see for decent DAs with a little bit of experience, somewhere in the 45 to 50% is where I would expect. And matter of fact, Christine, I would expect that you'll probably be somewhere between 45 and 50 within the next few weeks. I don't expect that's going to take too terribly long. Then to go from 50 to 60 is going to take some work.
Okay, but I think it's totally doable. I just wanted my heart to be realistic on it.
Yep, it's very doable.
Well,
it's very.
In this example where, you know, Christine just started, isn't it safe? Well, I mean, can you assume, I guess, that, you know, a couple of the appointments that she ran recently, she may end up landing those, so they might switch from a no to a yes just after you get a little bit of time.
Jason, you're right, because I do have quite a few larger scale jobs.
And this is also why franchisees, design associates as well, but franchisees, this is why in the first 90 days, I want you to pay attention to two numbers. How many proposals per week am I writing? Am I writing at least 6 proposals per week? And if the marketing doesn't bring you 6 proposals per week, or you don't feel like you've got enough PPA leads or whatever else to get there, then figure it out locally. But you have to come through training with this mentality that I am going to write 6 proposals per week. No matter what it takes, I have to write 6 proposals per week. And the second number that you need to pay attention to is in the first quarter, can I land at least 18 jobs? If you can land 18 jobs in your first 90 days, then you've got the momentum that it takes. You might only have a 20% close rate, but you've got the momentum that it takes to then be able to build on that. If you only land 5 jobs in the first 90 days, there's a problem. And it doesn't mean you're not the right fit. It's just, there's probably additional training or additional work that needs to be done to get you where you need to be.
Arlen?
All right. Yes.
What did you say in the first quarter would be ideal to land? Sorry, I missed that.
18 jobs.
18, okay. Thanks.
At an average of 7,200, right?
No, I'm not even concerned about the average. And I know everybody focuses on how much money did I land? What is my revenue? 18 jobs at 7,000, 18 jobs at 3,000. I know that's a big difference in money. It's a big difference in a paycheck. I get it, right? But in the beginning, what's more important, and I know this is hard because, hey, this is a paycheck. But in the beginning, what's more important than how much money is made is, am I getting the repetitions? Right? Am I getting enough proposals? Am I writing enough proposals out? Am I going into enough houses? Am I getting the repetitions to be able to get good at this? If you get the repetitions and you start landing work, you will get better at this. If you don't have the repetitions, then it gets tough. How are you going to get better if you're only writing 2 proposals a week? All right, good. I want to give you guys a little bit of a break before, I know many of you, the franchisees, are jumping on to Zoom calls at 4:30 with the ops coaches. So I'm not going to do a transfer out today. Good work today, guys. We covered a lot of material. We will pick back up again at 11 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. I will send the recording out today for those of you that might want to go back out and look at it. And I will send you the PowerPoint that goes along with all the scribble notes that we took. So no problem with that whatsoever. Any last minute, remember, last thing from me, remember either you or your franchise owner or the ops coach, somebody needs to send me an evaluation for you tonight. And I don't care what time it is. It can be midnight. It doesn't matter to me. I'm going to open them all up at about 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I'm going to go from there. So just keep that in mind. I need to get those evaluations sometime tonight, and I'll work through them early tomorrow morning. Any last minute questions, comments, thoughts for me before we sign off for the day?
As far as the evaluations, can they be done over the phone? Reason I'm saying is because I'm very sick and I'm waiting for a COVID test result. So I've been trying to avoid people.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it via Zoom. It's okay. I mean, obviously, like everything else in life, it's a lot better if it's face to face. But look, the franchisees are working with ops coaches over Zoom. It can be done over Zoom.
Okay.
Hey, Arlen, just FYI, I sent you an email with that. I was just trying to clarify the question I had earlier around where you've gotten to the point where the client has shared their budget and you're down to, okay, we can remove scope or we can try a different product. And it's self-explanatory. Just interested in your thoughts when you get a chance.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, good. Anything else before we sign off?
It was very helpful today's session. I think I learned a lot and we need to practice a lot on it. And it has to like come in naturally, but for me, it was an amazing session. Thanks for that.
Like you say, practice, is all. Even though I was with you last time, I keep picking up new things and, have to articulate more things. Thank you.
Good. All right, team. You guys enjoy the evening. Enjoy your evaluations. I know that sounds weird. Enjoy evaluations. How do I enjoy practice? I mean, if you get to where you love the process, then continuous improvement is just a way of life. So it's good. And I will see you guys tomorrow at 11 o'clock Eastern. Take care, team.
See you, gang.
Thanks, Arlen.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thanks, Arlen. Bye.
Thanks.